Shepherd Field at the Eastern West Virginia Regional Airport with West Virginia's greatest air show, a centennial celebration this Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. until 5 each day. Come see the Golden Knights, the Vampire Jet, the Warbirds, the F-22 Raptor, and more. Get up close to an extensive collection of static aircraft. Food and drink vendors will be on site. Bring a lawn chair or your favorite blanket. Gates open at 9:30 each morning. For tickets and a full schedule of events, go to wvairshow.com, wvairshow.com. W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at whmsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
The following sports special is a broadcast presentation of Talk Radio WRNR, Martinsburg. It's time for the excitement of West Virginia high school football. To get you ready for today's play-by-play action, we'll bring you interviews, in-depth analysis, and important game information on the pregame show. So let's get things started by going to the stadium and join our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Good evening and welcome out to Waldeck Field at Denny Price Stadium. Spencer Dupuy joined alongside Dylan Bishop. Happy to have you with us as we kick off the 2023 high school football season. You'll hear from Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline later on. Cameramen this evening are Matt Miller and his brother, who I've forgotten his name off the top of my head right now. Daryl Miller. Thank you. I forgot it was Daryl Miller. And then our production here on site is John Alderton. Back in the studio, Nick Verzolini, as we get you set for this first high school football game here of 2023 in the Eastern Panhandle. This pregame show brought to you by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or go to whmsystems.com. Dylan, it's the first game of the season here. We have a Virginia school coming up from Winchester and John Handley taking on the Musselman Applemen tonight. Obviously, we know a lot more about the Musselman Applemen, but we do know a little bit about this John Handley team. But for Musselman, they're coming off of a playoff appearance last season where they were able to get one victory, and that was a revenge victory over Wheeling Park. But unfortunately falling in round two. They come back this year, got to reload a little bit as they lose their two top players. But Eli Fleming is their new quarterback, and he looks pretty good so far in the preseason.
Right, yeah. Baden Hartman and Ray Adamas are no longer here. That's a big part of this offense last year. Of course, Baden Hartman was a big part of all Musselman sports, no matter what it was, basically. And who's going to step up into that role on the offensive playmaker side? We know Eli Fleming is the new quarterback, transferring in over from Williamsport. And who's going to is he going to be able to live up to that level of what Baden Hartman was able to do at quarterback? And who is going to be that new number one wide receiver? Or will they have a couple of guys step up who can match that production of Ray Adamas? And on the other side, John Handley, it has Sharando's old coach coming over to coach them, so it's a little bit of familiarity here when it comes to facing John Handley, but it's going to be an interesting matchup here. Game one, Friday Night Lights, we're back. And Musselman football, it has an interesting year here. Like you said, retooling year, not a rebuilding year. It's a retooling year. They still got a lot of weapons and talent. Troy Wollaston still on the defensive line, going to be kind of a tight end wide receiver hybrid on offense. So there's a lot to look forward to in Musselman. I think you still have pretty high expectations for them. Maybe not as high as they would be for Martinsburg or Jefferson, but I think they can very easily be that next team, and maybe, if things go the right way, they can jump up to that number 2 spot in EPAC and make the playoffs once again.
Yeah, and, when we talked with Coach Thomas during the EPAC All Access show that we had outside of Waldeck Field on their practice field, he kind of talked about the way that he looks at his offense every December, January to kind of retool it around the players that he's having. Kind of got a little late start to that with Eli Fleming transferring in January rather than doing it right after the season. But Eli Fleming going to be more of a pro-style pocket passer compared to Baden Hartman, who could run around with the ball when he needed.
Right, yeah, when it comes to that, last year's backup quarterback was freshman Zach Miller, and now Zach Miller is going to be playing wide receiver. Out on the outside, 6 foot, 185, so he's going to be one of those guys that's going to be getting the ball thrown to him from the quarterback, him and Braylon Miller as well. So, Braden Miller. There's Braylon Miller on John Handley. That's going to be a fun tonight. But they've got some weapons here, some guys that Eli Fleming's going to be able to throw the ball to. They still have Dalton Haynes at running back, so they still have some continuity there, continuity on the offensive line. So, and those adjustments, it's a smart thing. That's what every high school and college coach should do, especially, is tailor your offense and your defense around your personnel. You can't put a square peg in a round hole. You're going to have to work with what you're given, especially at the high school level. We've got some transfers and stuff now, so you can try to go out and get some pieces if you want specific kind of guys. But at the end of the day, you got to tailor your offense to what you have.
Yeah, you really do. And then
or your defense, your team in general.
And, you look at that defense, you did mention Troy Wollaston coming back, and he's looking to have a stellar senior season. Already has some D1 offers. Dartmouth is, I believe, his main offer this
Ivy
year.
League.
Ivy League school. But, when you look at him, he's a guy that is, you can push him out to be a wide receiver. He's more of a tight end blocking player last year. But when you lose Ray Adamas, you're going to need somebody to step up, and he was willing to step up, and he's got the length, the height, he's got it all, and he could do it on both sides of the ball.
Right, he's a very athletic guy. It's going to be a matchup nightmare for some slower linebackers or some smaller but faster DBs. It's going to be hard to find a guy who can match the athleticism and the size of Troy Wollaston on the offensive side. And, of course, on defense, he's just a monster. He can bowl over just about any offensive lineman you put in front of him. So it's going to be tough. They're going to use him probably in that sort of hybrid role, like you might see a Mark Andrews or a Travis Kelsey, where he's not going to be an inline tight end all the time. He'll probably line up in the slot, maybe outside a little bit, be that outside wide receiver, that X with a Z on some plays. So they're going to move him around, try to find the matchups that work best for them, especially early in the season. You're still trying to figure stuff out. You can only learn so much from scrimmages and from practice, and you got to get the real thing out on the field against other teams.
Yeah, and after this, we'll step aside for our first break here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. W. Harley Miller Systems providing custom integration services like home office automation, home theater, networking, audio, video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or go to WHMsystems.com. We come back. Our third member of our crew, Colin McLaughlin, will join us as he'll have the check of the area schedule. And if you listened earlier today or yesterday afternoon on the radio, if you were able to hear the breaking news update, due to some family issues or family matters that he had to attend to, Spring Mills head coach Josh Sims had to resign his position as now offensive coordinator Marcus Law stepping in to be the interim head coach. So that's who you'll hear Colin talking to during his check of the area schedule that's coming up after this 2-minute break. You're tuned into the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
of the questions lawyers get asked the most is, what is my case worth?
I'm Steven Skinner, and this is my brother Andrew with Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers.
The truth is, it's very difficult for a lawyer to pinpoint a number because every case is different.
We get to know each situation and we'll give you an idea of what your case is worth and why.
The sooner we get involved, the better we can do getting you the compensation you deserve.
Google Skinner Lawyers or go to skinnerwins.com. We'll treat you like family.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time for the Check of the Area schedule brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly, Rock's. A new high school football season is here, so let's get started. There's one conference game set for tonight as the Spring Mills Cardinals head to Shenandoah Junction for a clash with the Jefferson Cougars. Spring Mills finished last season 4-6 overall, coming up short of a postseason berth. However, this year the Cardinals are hungry to turn things around and be a team people around the Mountain State are talking about. Coach Marcus Law says there's no better way to get that talk started than to upset Jefferson on the road.
If everything works the way it's supposed to, we're going to see the results that we talked about at the end of last year. And also with these guys not being as young anymore, there are certain things that you see now as far as the communication piece. It's like some of our receivers and quarterback with Max, they're on the same page, and it's something we haven't had before. Jefferson's a great team. They've got plenty of athletes, lots of speed. It'll honestly tell us where we are right now as a program. It'll tell us where the weight room has taken us right now. But it's ultimately, it is a test. It absolutely is a test, and we look forward to it.
Jefferson is coming off an 8-4 season in 2022. It's been back-to-back seasons for the Cougars getting to the state quarterfinals. Jefferson has a lot of talent coming back and is ready to show once again that they're one of the top teams in the state. Head coach Craig Hunter says that tonight's game will be a tough one for his squad.
I'm looking for probably a really tough game. They're going to be a solid team this year. I think Max runs the ball really hard. He's gotten better as a quarterback. They've added some pieces in the receiving core. Their defense was tough last year. I'm pretty sure it's going to be even better this year. It's going to be a tough opening game for us, to try to get a win and get a victory to get this thing rolling on the right start for us. But I think our kids are up for the task and up for the challenge.
It's a new era in Washington as the Patriots have a new head coach in Terry Ray this season. Coach Ray brings a new offensive style to the Washington Patriots, who look to turn around a 2-8 record. Coach Ray says his team is eager to learn, and it's been fun so far.
We're having fun. They're eager to learn. They want to change. They've embraced the fact that we're spread offense now and learning the stuff, and we're crazy flying around defensive football team now, and they're having fun. We're having fun. That's the greatest thing I can say about being out here with the kids. It's about the fun. We're still going to run the football. They're a solid run team here. These kids can run block like no tomorrow. Pass block was a little bit foreign to them there in June and then early in August, but they've picked it up. But like I said, we're going to run the ball and establish the run game, and then hopefully we can work our pass game off of it.
Washington plays host to the Page County Panthers tonight. Hedgesville is coming off its first playoff appearance in 5 years. Tonight, the Eagles go to Wheeling Island for a road test against the Wheeling Park Patriots. Head coach Matt Faircloth says he has high expectations for his team.
We got high expectations, and the one thing that we're going off of this year is high expectations don't go far with low standards. And so for us, we're keeping the standard up. We made the playoffs. We're going to look to get back into it. The senior class left it better than they found it. The goal for this senior class is to leave it better than they found it. So for us, it's just taking a step every year of, we got expectations to get into the playoffs. That's our expectation. And if we hold the standard of what we're trying to do here, then we'll give ourselves a shot at the end of the season to be in the playoffs.
Lastly, the Martinsburg Bulldogs season kicks off tomorrow afternoon against Clarkson North out of Canada. The two programs will play in the Ironton Gridiron Classic in Ohio. David Walker is back as the Bulldogs head coach after a 3-year stint as the head coach at Concord University. Coach Walker shared that he's excited to be back on the Bulldogs sideline.
I guess what I'm excited about is just getting back and, on the sideline and just watching our guys perform and see where we're at and see where we need to go. I mean, obviously, I love our Friday night lights. Of course, playing on Saturday afternoon, it's going to be like a college game. So I'm just excited to be back on the field as a Bulldog and just watching these guys produce and watching them grow and climb and develop.
That was your check of the area schedule, brought to you by Rock's Local Markets. Fast, fresh, friendly Rock's. Once again, our matchup tonight features the John Handley Judges and the Musselman Applemen. We'll continue to preview this matchup coming up next here on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. You're tuned in to West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call my parents. Dad, come over. The brisket's done.
The Traeger Connected Experience. Everything you need for epic flavor, and then some.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC. Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field at Denny Price Stadium as we get you set for first high school football action here in 2023. Spencer Dupuy joined alongside Dylan Bishop. Happy to have you with us here as we have the Musselman Applemen hosting the John Handley Judges out of Winchester, Virginia. Dylan, and it's time to break down this Judges team a little bit. You kind of teased it earlier in the open. They have a new coach this year. It's a coach that is very familiar with the EPAC and specifically very familiar with Musselman, as him and Coach Thomas are very good friends. And Coach Jake Smith, he was previously the coach at Sharando High School, and Sharando very familiar with EPAC teams as they play quite a few teams every year.
Yeah, so it's a lot of familiarity, really. It's not with the team in the uniform, but with the coaching staff and the kind of game plan that they'll likely go with. And although they are transitioning out of a wing T offense, and they're going to try to run some sort of hybrid, which it can mean a lot of things. When someone says they're running a wing T hybrid, I mean, that's kind of that might be what Washington does this year, and their hybrid might be different than John Handley's hybrid. When Cherry Ray over at Washington is a spread passing guy from Berkeley Springs, and Sharando was kind of ran the ball more than I would have said that a Berkeley Springs team did. But regardless, it's going to be something like that, and you'll probably see a good bit of running the ball tonight from John Handley, and it's going to be a big test up front for the Musselman defensive line, and I think it's one that they can handle. Like we mentioned, Troy Wollaston up front is a guy that the Handley offensive line is going to have a lot of trouble with. And we're watching warm-ups as they go through here on the John Handley side. They're lined up, in empty formation right now out on the field, and a pistol set actually. Let's see back there, and we'll have to see. Emmanuel Leska is their running back going through warm-ups, and Christian Metzger at quarterback. Both those guys listed as DBs as well. So we'll see if they actually play much on both sides of the ball. Leska maybe, Metzger maybe a little less, but I think this is John Handley team that, their familiarity is going to be their advantage. They know what to expect from Musselman because of their coaching staff. But we'll see if their guys on the field are able to execute the game plan to the level that keeps them in this game and can win them the game.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. And kind of when you look at this offensive line as they transition from that wing tee to more of a spread style offense, you don't have a huge offensive line when it comes to height. I mean, the tallest guy, I believe, is going to be 6'3", and that's Jaquan Offit playing, both offensive line and defensive line. And his brother is Jay Sean. He's 6'4". So you got those on the left side of your offensive line. Jay Sean as a left tackle, Jaquan as the left guard. So they're 6'4", 6'3" on one side, but then they're 6'1", 6 foot on the other side. So it's going to be a little bit of height difference when it comes to trying to get around Troy Woolston. We'll see what side he lines up on.
The offense are both over 300 pounds, though, so that helps them out, 305 and 325. Looking up and down the Musselman roster, I don't think they can say they have anybody in the 300s. They got a couple guys at 290 like Drew Milbourne and Draven McKee, but no one above 300. So that is something that works in the advantage of John Handley. You got that extra size up front, at least with those two guys. That'll help them out on the defensive line especially. That's something, like, obviously all five guys have to do work on the offensive line side of things. So individual effort on the line in the trenches usually stands out more on the defensive side. So those guys can get penetration and push back offensive linemen for the Applemen and create pressure and create openings for those linebackers that come down through the A gap or the B gap or around the edge and disrupt the passing and running game of the Applemen. So we'll see if they're able to take advantage of that and see if the offensive linemen for the Applemen are able to hold up.
Yeah, and kind of when you look at things here and, you look at the quarterback for John Handley is Metzger. He was actually the leading receiver last year for the Judges. So he's transitioning to the quarterback role this year as he was probably the guy that could throw the ball the furthest. He was the leading receiver for them last year, but obviously didn't have that many receptions as they ran the wing tee.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting transition, kind of the opposite of what Zach Miller's doing on the Musselman side of things, and similar transitions going on around the Panhandle as well. Like Dalton Harper played some quarterback last year at Hedgesville, but now he's going to be full time. Looking at the roster one more time for John Handley. How about Cole Jackson Page, 6'1", 370 pounds. And then Destin Smith, 5'11", 310. They got four guys over 300 pounds, not just the two Offit brothers. So just make sure to point that out, that this is a huge offensive and defensive line for John Handley. And Musselman's, they got some size and some athleticism and some strength, but, Troy Wollaston's 205 pounds. Yeah. So that's a potentially, depending on which offensive lineman he's going up against, anywhere from 100 to 165-pound difference.
Definitely is here, and I think from Coach Smith, it's a very tradition-heavy Judges team. He's trying to instill his culture this year, but when you look at them, they're coming off a playoff appearance last year, so they're not a team that you're taking over that kind of has to hit the reset button. They just kind of have to transition things around, move things around for them. They're not rebuilding at all.
No,
which is interesting when you see a new coach take over.
Yeah, any sort of transition from a coach is going to have some struggles, some up and downs. So we'll see how that pans out here in their first game. But a lot of continuity helps out. So like we said when it came to Coach Brian Thomas, you try to focus and fit your scheme and your strategy around your personnel. You don't want to put guys in positions that they aren't ready to fill. So you try to go and work around their skill sets. So obviously Musselman's doing that, and John Handley's doing that as well.
Yeah. So we reached about this time. We'll step aside for a 2-minute break. When we come back, I caught up with head coach for the John Handley Judges, Jake Smith, earlier in the week. We'll play back that interview, and then we'll come back and talk a little Musselman Appleman football. You're tuned in to EPAC football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We'll be back with Coach Jake Smith of the John Handley Judges next.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
The WV Hospitals East Foundation is excited to announce the inaugural Dr. Frank Sabato Jr. Pickleball Classic to be held on Saturday, September 23rd at the W. Randy Smith Recreation Center in Inwood. Join us for a fun round-robin style pickleball tournament with start times at 8:30 and 10:30 a.m. Awards ceremony and lunch will follow. To register as a player or sponsor, call 304-264-1223 or go to wvmedicine.org/Berkeley/giving to download the registration form.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the end zone. We'll be joined by head coach for the John Handley Judges, head coach Jake Smith. Coach Smith, we talked to you last year, but you were with a different squad. What's the transition been like to John Handley?
The transition to Handley has been great. All the way from the superintendent all the way down through building admin, principal, athletic director, in the community. Just a ton of support every step of the way. I got here in the late winter, early spring. Just immediately got started with these guys in the weight room and just trying to instill, our culture and what direction we're trying to go. That carried through into our summer workouts and summer conditioning and into camp so far. I think the kids have done a great job adjusting to not only a new offensive and defensive systems that we've brought, but in addition to a new coaching staff and just some, different perspectives on the way in which we do things and call things and term things. And so there's been a lot on their plate from a mental standpoint, and I think they've done an exceptional job of handling that so far.
And you don't take over a program that struggled. You look at this team last year, made it to the playoffs, I believe. Is it the second round of the playoffs that they made it to? And so you're not coming in necessarily to rebuild a program. You're just kind of coming into building a gap to your program. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's been a lot of tradition at the school. It's the 100th anniversary of Handley High School. The school is responsible for 2 state titles in their history, so there's a deep-rooted tradition that exists here. Like I said, there's a lot of community support. The kids are very involved, and so they've done a good job over the last several years here at the school, and so that also helps in that transition as far as that's concerned, and kids' knowledge of the game and understanding schemes and concepts and way in which practices are structured. And so it's not a complete rebuild, no, but there is a difference in our staff and previous staff, and there's also a difference in players. You lose a kid like Emerson Fusco, who's extremely dynamic and very explosive, and quarterback and Davion Butler, who's a 2 or 3 year starter there, and a couple of guys up front. So there's always missing pieces no matter where you're at and what team you have. And no 2 teams are the same, and so we kind of got to figure out who we are and what our identity is, and I think we have an idea of that through camp, but you never know that's for certain until you play week 1.
And talking about playing week 1, what's your offense going to look like this year for the Judges?
Yeah, I think we're going to be a little bit different than what they were last year. They're basically a modified version of the wing tee. We'll be a little bit more multiple, so not necessarily any one given set or personnel grouping. we'll shift around and move around a good bit. But, as always in most teams, we're going to try to generate explosive plays. And so that's a big thing for us, and that's a chart that we got. Anytime that you can generate more explosive plays than your opponent, your chances of winning that game significantly increase. And so that's our goal on that side of the ball this year.
What does the defense look like for you?
As well, I think we're going to be pretty multiple on that side of the ball. But I think what you're going to find with our defense is we're going to be aggressive and we're going to run to the football. That is our number one priority, point blank, is to play with a chip on our shoulder and to run to the ball. Obviously we need to be sound schematically in what we're doing in our run fits and in our pass coverage. But outside of that, we've really placed a heavy emphasis on getting 11 hats to the ball on every play. And again, those guys have done a good job with that so far. And so we just need to fine-tune some of our schematical issues that we had in camp, and I think we're moving in the right direction, so hopefully it'll translate on Friday.
So game one for you this week, it's against a West Virginia squad. You as a coach, no stranger to seeing Eastern Panhandle schools.
Right.
Obviously, your team in Sharando played Musselman last year. What are some things you kind of take away from what they are as a football team under Coach Thomas?
Yeah, I've known Coach Thomas for a long time. At Sharando, we used to scrimmage Musselman. Before I got there, I think they played them in games, and then we had a scrimmage deal, and then we went back to the game deal. So I think 7 years now I've seen Musselman, so I know that program pretty well. I know what he's about and what his expectations, what his standards are. That team's going to come out and they're going to play hard for 4 straight quarters. They're never going to think they're out of it. They're going to play with an edge, and they're going to be sound. They're going to have a good scheme on offense. They're going to have a good scheme on defense. And it'll be a challenge for us on Friday night. They do a great job up there bringing some physicality to the game. And, again, they don't make many mistakes. And when a team doesn't make mistakes, it always makes them tough to beat.
What are going to be keys for your team to get the win?
Yeah, I think we have to control the trenches. The game's won or lost up front, and so controlling the line of scrimmage on the offensive and defensive line, I think first and foremost, is one of the most important keys to this game. And then the second part is going to come down to turnovers. Week one especially, you never know. It's kind of like a little bit of a guessing game of what's going to go on out there. And so you got to respond to adversity. No game's ever won or lost on one play, and that's something that we preach. And so, it's high school football. Teams are going to turn the ball over. It's a team that responds best to those turnovers that comes out on top.
That'll do it for this segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show, brought to you in part by Parsons Ford. Kemp Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. They became number one by making you number one first. Kemp Parsons Ford, located at 1400 Shepherdstown Road, or online at parsonsford.com. We'll have more next when the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show rolls on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
The 37th Community Wellness Screening Event, sponsored by Rotary of Martinsburg with services provided by WVU Medicine, will be held Saturday, August 26, 6 to 10 a.m. at WVU Medicine Physical Therapy and Rehabilitation on Tavern Road in Martinsburg. Know your numbers. It's easy and convenient. No waiting in line, no doctor's appointment. Discounted screenings offered. Pre-registration required. Deadline to register is August 18th. Sign up today. Call 304-264-1223.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Welcome back to Denny Price Stadium here, just across the street from Musselman High School. Spencer Dupuy joined alongside Dylan Bishop. Happy to have you with us here. We'll get you set for Musselman Appleman football to kick off the season. They are taking on the John Handley Judges out of Virginia, but it's now time to focus on the Applemen. And we kind of mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, new quarterback for them this year with Baden Hartman graduating, but you bring in a senior who moved down from Williamsport, Maryland, actually at the beginning of this year, so he had a lot of time to work with these receivers and this offense and this team in general to get cohesive with them.
Yeah, he's had more time than some other guys who are transferred to get things going, get used to the new system, new school, new teammates. All those things are important, and we'll see if there's any sort of first game jitters out there for him at a new school, his senior year. It's going to be his last year having his first game of the season, and it's at a new place, so there's a lot of things that go into that, and there's a lot of things that go into the first game of the season in general. There's a lot of new things to figure out. Like I mentioned earlier, there's only so much you can figure out in scrimmages and practices early in the season. It's a whole different ball game when you get out here on the field under the lights on a Friday night. So I think they're going to have to see who can step up at wide receiver, no longer having Ray Adamas. And I think it's going to be important for the offensive line to step up and make sure Fleming has time to throw and they can open up running lanes and get things going on offense, because you want to make things really hard for a guy in his first game for his new school. You have him have constant pressure and constantly have guys in the backfield all over trying to sack him. It'll make it a lot easier if he has time to throw.
Yeah, it definitely will. And, some of those guys he'll throw to tonight, Braden Miller, Zach Miller, who is, we mentioned, transitioning from that backup quarterback role to receiver this year. Troy Wollaston and Logan Shelton, some backups, Peyton Galladay, Colton Shelton, Isaiah Beard, Sean Benton are the receivers. They don't really go with a tight end set as Troy Wollaston is kind of that natural tight end, but going to play in a hybrid tight end wide receiver role, or as you mentioned earlier, maybe even split them out all the way wide as opposed to kind of closer into the offensive set.
Yeah, according to Wollaston himself, they're going to move him around a little bit. And like I said, it's going to be hard for a lot of schools to find guys that are either big enough, that are both, I should say, guys that are both big enough to keep up and, cover Wollaston, keep him from making those contested catches against him, and athletic enough to keep up with him running down the field. So it's going to be quite a matchup for guys. He's 6'4", 205 pounds. That's going to be a tough match, and he can move. Like, he's a defensive end that can get pressure, get in the backfield pretty quick on the defensive side. So as a weapon in the offensive side of things, it's going to make for a really nice piece for Coach Brian Thomas and this offense to have and move around and see what they can do with him, what kind of matchups they can get.
Yeah, it definitely is. And when you look at, obviously, moving those guys around, it'll be interesting to see how much they kind of rotate in guys, because I think all the guys that are kind of listed on this 2 deep for me, really they have 4 wide receivers that are going to play in the game most of the time. They have 4 guys that are going to come in and substitute. I think, you're going to at least see 7 guys rotate, I think, at receiver, maybe even to the full 8th. And then, looking at this offensive line, McKee, Pollard, Shade, Settle, Pike, that's a formidable offensive line, and they return a lot of those guys from last year.
Right, yeah, it's having continuity on the offensive line is always really important, because having new, unexperienced guys who get thrown out there and can't block is going to throw off your entire game plan. You can't run the ball, you can't throw the ball if you're constantly getting pressure and the defensive line's blowing everything up. It just throws everything off. Your game plan then turns into just screen passes and jet sweeps and quick hitters, and it's just something that you don't want to have to do. You can't get deep, explosive plays down the field. So having these experienced guys on the offensive line is huge.
Yeah, and then, turning it over to defense, we know that Wollaston's going to be a force on that edge, whatever edge he's going to play on. Then you got Pike, Pollard, and then Taryn Boyles, who we know from baseball is a big, also going to be on the other side of the defensive line spot.
Yeah, they got some guys on defense that can get in the backfield, get pressure, and blow things up. And they got some athletic guys in the defensive side of things in the backfield, defensive backfield. that can cover and move around. And you guys, linebackers like Colton Shelton and Dalton Haynes, those are wide receivers and running backs on the offensive side. So those are guys that are going to be able to fly around the field and make plays against this team that, in John Handley, that's probably going to run the ball a good bit, coming out of a wing T offense last year, trying to get out of that transition out of it in the first year of a new coach.
Yeah, and when you mention some of that defensive backfield, I think you got to mention the fact that at linebacker, they lost Kobe Moneypenny from last year. He was a key for them at linebacker, that kind of swap DB guy where he can also play some coverage as well. And I think that's going to be a big key to see how Colton Shelton as well as Henderson will step up in that spot this year, and Braden Henderson, a senior, going to step up for them.
Yeah, it's always nice to have someone that you can put in that sort of spur or star position. Every team has a different name for it, but that spur, you could call it sort of a hybrid safety linebacker that you play in the slot or coming off the edge. A guy that it's a chess piece that you can move around somewhere on the defense, put him in the best position to make a play and disrupt the offense. And we'll see if Colton Shelton can be that guy, Dalton Haynes, if they can, which one of those guys it can be, or Logan Shelton, or Braden Miller, the safeties, the regular safeties, free safety, strong safety, listed on the depth chart at least, can be disruptive. And, can Logan Shelton be a center field guy that can keep teams from passing deep down the field on him? You're probably not going to see a ton of that compared to other games tonight with John Handley, but that's an important thing to have no matter what.
Hey, Dylan, now's the time before we talk a little bit more about Musselman before we head into the interviews with Coach Thomas and then a couple of players that I was able to catch up with yesterday. We got a trivia question, and on this trivia question, it is Musselman related, and also, I guess you would say, related to what we're giving away with the trivia question, because said player involved in this question went to WVU and played football there. So we're giving away 2 tickets to the WVU Duquesne game here coming up. I believe, what is that, 2 weeks? That's 2 weeks from tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, because the next week they open up at Penn State. So the trivia question here is, it's a former Musselman player. What teams did he play for in the NFL?
Trayvon Wesco, tight end for the Musselman Appleman and WVU Mountaineers.
Who played quarterback at Musselman when they were kind of a run-style offense. Basically, what 3 NFL teams did he play for? Call in to our station. We have 2 tickets to WVU versus Duquesne. If you can name the 3 teams, the first person that can name the 3 teams that Trayvon Wesco has played for and is playing for one currently right now, call 304-263-6540, 304-263-6540, and that pair of tickets to see West Virginia and Duquesne at Milan Puskar Stadium, they're yours if you can answer that trivia question. But let's turn in a little bit more into this defense. I think from last year they were kind of overlooked as a defense, being where they were offensively last year.
Yeah, I think we've kind of gone over a lot of the levels of the defense, the linebackers, and say defensive backfield. But just if you want to focus in just on Troy Wollaston, who we've mentioned his defensive production, but just put shine another spotlight on it. Having that guy, he's one of the best defenders in the EPAC. If not, he has probably an argument for the best defensive lineman, you could argue. But Rashad Reed at Martinsburg probably takes that spot, but maybe best defensive end. But yeah, he's going to be a problem tonight. He's going to be a problem all year. All
right, well, that will do it here for us in this segment of the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. We'll step aside for a 2-minute break. When we come back, you'll hear from Coach Thomas. And then on another 2-minute break, you'll hear from Eli Fleming as well as Braden Miller. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 2 minutes.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else, and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, shrimp nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's now time to go in the end zone with head coach of the Musselman Appleman, brought to you in part by Parsons Ford, Kent Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. They became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons at 1400 Shepherdstown Road. We're now joined by Musselman Appleman head coach Brian Thomas. And coach, we talked to you after your first scrimmage, before your second scrimmage. What did you see in that second scrimmage from your team?
We did some good things. We did some bad things. Kind of, I think, what you would want out of a scrimmage. Honestly, probably overall, we were sloppy. We were a lot sloppier than I think we wanted to be. But at the same time, you know, it's good because we play that second scrimmage kind of like a preseason game. So we played 3 quarters with our starters. So it was good to kind of work on the halftime adjustments, work on, you know, sideline adjustments, and just kind of the in-game ins and outs that go along with, you know, the things that you need to be ready for.
What's this week of practice been like as the players adjust back to school?
We've actually had a really good week. You know, you kind of said it perfectly. You're going back to school. That's tough. You know, that's tough for a high school kid. I mean, that's tough for me as a teacher. Is, you know, you're sitting in class all day. You're going through the grueling hours of waking up early. For these kids, you know, they're sitting in classrooms, they're listening to teachers. Just kind of adjustment to the schedule. And then after that, you know, most kids get to pack it in and go home, but these kids got to come out and have physical practices and get after it and get ready for a game. So, you know, there's a lot that goes into being a student athlete, but our kids have really had a good week this week. We've really been focused, and I think we're really prepared.
And looking forward to this game. Kind of a 2-part question here. We'll start first with John Handley as a football team from last year. They obviously have a playoff. They were a playoff team in Virginia. A lot of guys graduated from their team, but they come back with a few guys, including their starting quarterback that was, I believe, their leading receiver last year. They kind of are doing a hybrid wing this year. What have you seen from them on film and know for their legacy as a program? Because I believe they're going into 100th year as a school.
I did not know that. Yeah, I didn't know the 100th year thing. But they're, you know, good school, good program. They have some athletes. They have some big kids. You know, they definitely have the players that, you know, I've said all along, you know, they have kids that could play for anybody. You know, some of the speed that they have and some of the big kids they could have, they could play for anybody. Really good program. You know, now they're getting Sharando's former coach, Coach Smith. They're getting him over there coaching them. So I know him. Me and him are friends. You know, he does a really good job. He did a good job at Sharando, and I know he'll do a really good job at Handley as well.
That was kind of my second question. I talked with him the other day, and you know, he complimented you as running this program. But what does it kind of be like, kind of going up against him, knowing it's not like you're going up against a school you haven't seen in a few years. It's a coach in which you've seen every year, either at games or in scrimmages for the last 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah, I mean, there's some good and some bad into it because, you know, the one part of you don't know, like preparation-wise. First games are always hard. You know, first and second games, you're kind of feeling people out still, and it's tough sometimes. I'm sure he'll have some wrinkles. I'm sure he'll have some adjustments. But at the same time, you can look at what they did in their scrimmages. We can go back and watch Sharando a little bit last year to kind of try to pick his brain and see some things that he was seeing. So, that part's good, kind of knowing the history and where he came from and, a little bit of his background. But at the same time, at a new school, I'm sure he has some tricks up his sleeves and he'll have his kids ready to go for sure.
And when talking to him, he talked about kind of going to a hybrid wing style, because I believe they used to run a single wing style. How have you been able to see the film? You just kind of mentioned the film that they've put on the scrimmages, but also kind of knowing what his offense looks like.
Yeah, I mean, once again, it's kind of tough in the scrimmages because sometimes teams are vanilla in scrimmages. Some teams hold things back in scrimmages. So that first game, you always come out and you have to make adjustments. The good thing with us is we talked about that with our kids. We went over different situations and different scenarios a little bit with it. His personnel is really good. They have really good running back. They have some really good receivers. The quarterback throws a good ball. So you have to be prepared against a team like them and everything that we've seen with them from the scrimmages. They have a lot of explosive playability, so we have to be really smart and play our assignments.
What are going to be some keys for your offense tomorrow? Obviously, new starting quarterback with Fleming. What are you looking for him out of his first start here for the Applemen?
I think the biggest thing with Eli is just having that control. The quarterback, especially with the offense that we run, the quarterback's really in control, and everything kind of centers around him. It's kind of like a point guard almost in basketball where, he's bringing the ball up, he's making decisions, he decides who's getting the ball, where the ball's going, what reads he's making. So, I think the biggest thing with him, he's going to be excited. It's his first Friday night here ever at Musselman, so, he's going to have some excitement in him, maybe, some excitement jitters, I'll say, but at the same time with him it's just about playing his game because he's good enough to play for anybody. So Eli's a really good player, so the big thing with him would just be the keeping calm, keeping cool.
What are some keys for your team overall to get a win?
Play smart. We have to understand that things are going to go good, things are going to go bad. We have to keep a level head about us and play smart about what we do. We can't have a lot of unforced penalties, a lot of unforced errors. It's tough for any offense to get a first down. That's your goal. But if you have a penalty and next thing you know you're looking at a 1st and 15, 2nd and 20, and you're digging yourself a hole, then that becomes really tough. So penalties are something we're looking for. Just not that we're not the ones digging out of a hole. Hopefully they are, and they have more penalties. So we just have to play really smart, I think.
All right, Coach, thanks for the time. We'll be back for more next as the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show rolls on. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300. Heffley Motor Company, just off I-81 at 993 Hedgesville Road, is a family-owned and operated business providing the Eastern Panhandle with the highest quality pre-owned vehicles and customer service since 1997. Heffley is a pre-owned Carfax Advantage dealer. We're proud to be your partner, serving the community. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Call us at 304-267-7172 or see us at 993 Hedgesville Road. And if you want to sell your car, we buy cars too. Check us out at Heffley.com. Heffley Motor Company, a nice place to do business.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
Welcome back to the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show. It's time now to go in the huddle. Brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue or call 304-263-4343. We're joined by Musselman starting quarterback Eli Fleming. And Eli, for you, obviously coming in, we talked to you on our preseason show about coming in here. What's the first two scrimmages been like, and how are you equating yourself into this offense?
Yeah, I feel like we've definitely improved these past few weeks with going into Tuscarora and then hosting Frankfurt. Two quality competitors, and I think that we were able to get better and just look at the film and see what we needed to improve on.
And when you look ahead to the season, obviously you're going to face a team out of Virginia, John Handley. They're under a new coach. They're bringing a new system in defensively as well as offensively. But for you, have you been able to see any of their scrimmage footage?
Yeah, we've been working on them for this week. We got their footage from their past film, and it's going to be a challenge. You know, they're a good team, but I think that a lot of the leverage we have is that our guys are smart and they put in the work outside of practice. So I think that I think based on what we see on film, that we'll adjust to that and see what we can do.
What are some things that you've been doing this week just to prepare yourself for your first game? You know, new school for you, obviously. Any pregame jitters or anything you're getting ready to kind of get out of the system?
Yeah, right now just trying to stay loose. I think definitely, usually for me, it's like 2 hours before the game. Whenever I get on the field, start stretching, that the jitters start kicking in. But really it's just about just like staying focused. Remember to stay calm and just play how I play.
So when you run out on that field, what's going to be like? What are you most anticipating for tomorrow's game?
Yeah, I'm anticipating a good game. You know, there's obviously going to be mistakes by both teams made in the first week of the season. But I think that if we come out and just play the way we practice and remember what we've seen on film, that, you know, I think we could have a lot of success.
All right, thanks for the time, Eli. We're now joined by receiver Braden Miller. And Braden, what's kind of the offseason been like for you heading into this, I guess the preseason been like for you with these two scrimmages?
I mean, it's been really well. First scrimmage, we didn't get a whole lot of reps, and it's just like the first to see how things were. And we did real well there against a pretty good AA team, Frankfurt. They lined up in some single wing, which we'll see when we go up to Morgantown. And then this past week at Tuscarora, we didn't have the best, but we still won 21-0, and it just shows like how if we're perfect and efficient, we can be really dangerous.
You bring up that single wing, talked with the new John Handley coach, and that's the style that they ran there before. It's kind of going to be a hybrid style this season. So do you think that the way that Coach Thomas and the coaching staff scheduled those scrimmages are going to be huge for helping you guys to see the way other teams play that's on their schedule?
Oh, absolutely. It helps us get a line and get a feel for it before game week even comes. So this week, we just flew by everything. It was just we all like remembered it like it was nothing.
And so game one at home, what's it going to be like, just the crowd and everybody anticipating this season for you all?
Atmosphere is going to be huge. I mean, we're coming off a playoff win from last season, home playoff actually, and first week of school. I mean, there's going to be high expectations and a huge atmosphere.
What are you most looking forward to about this season in general?
The season in general is to top last year. I mean, we went second round in the playoffs, but it'd be nice to have 2 home playoff games and just keep going further.
All right, thanks for the time, Braden. That'll do it for this segment of In the Huddle, brought to you by the Marius Group of Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue or call 304-263-4343. We'll be back for more next on the W. Harley Miller Systems pregame show.
And that concludes today's pregame show.
We play every play like it's the most important play of the game. Let's go.
Coming up next, it's the starting lineups, opening kick, and play-by-play action of West Virginia high school football. Today's game is being brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Marius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, The Handley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
And now, let's go back to the field and rejoin our Talk Radio WRNR broadcast team.
Is Colin out there? Welcome back here to Waldeck Field as we just said for kickoff. Coin toss just about underway. At midfield, Dylan, it's time for the keys to the game. Keys to the game, they're brought to you by the Handley Motor Company, because the key to your next car is at the Handley Motor Company, located at 993 Hedgesville Road in Martinsburg. You're local, we're local, so why not buy local? Dylan, I ride with them, so you should too. What are your keys to the game tonight?
Let's start with John Handley, the visiting team. I think key for them, the defensive side, is that they need to try to make the Musselman offense one-dimensional. If you can take away either the running game or the passing game, you're going to make it hard for Eli Fleming, the quarterback, either way. You're either taking away him specifically, or you're making it to where they can only throw the ball, which will make it a tough day for them either way if you can make them predictable like that. And then for the offensive side, they're going to be in a wing tee offense, a hybrid of it. I think they need to try to open up the running lanes. The offensive line for John Handley is going to be very important. On the Musselman side, they cannot get pushed off the ball by that offensive line. They need to make sure that they can hold the line on defense, keep contained, don't let those running lanes get open, and they're going to have to protect Ian Fleming. Give him time to throw the ball, get comfortable in this new offense, on this new field for this new team.
All right. Well, I believe we'll now step aside for a 2-minute break for the national anthem. We'll be back and have kickoff next. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR. Team time back in 2 minutes.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
My kids, you know I want the best for you, don't you? We need to have a conversation.
End-of-life planning is no one's favorite discussion, but the relief of having everything in place when the hour of need arrives is a gift. Give it to your family. Plan ahead with us.
Brown Funeral Homes, a leading provider of cremations, invites you to explore the many flexible options of cremation. From environmental considerations to the benefit of greatly reduced cost, it may be the perfect answer for your family. Online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field. National anthem just finished up. Kickoff is moments away. It's time for the intro of game officials, brought to you by Brown Funeral Home and Cremations, Robert Field & Sons. They're a family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, here in Inwood, and Charlestown. Ransom proudly serving the area since 1880. The referee tonight is Joseph Cox Jr. The umpire tonight is William Deke Walker. The linesman is Tyler Martin. The line judge is Brian Costello. The back judge is Jacob Shook. Running the clock tonight is Michael Birch. That's your intro to game officials here as we get you set for this one. Opening kickoff moments away here from Waldeck Field for the 2023 season. Starting lineups for this one as we wait to see who won the toss. So I believe Musselman's going to receive, it looks like, as they send their men down there. So We'll start with the offense for Musselman, as now my Musselman offensive sheet has run itself away. Here it is. It was under some other papers here. Eli Fleming getting the start at quarterback. Dalton Haynes is the running back. Braden Miller at receiver. Zach Miller at receiver. Troy Woolston also at receiver, and Logan Shelton. McKee, Pollard, Shade, Settle, and Pike is your offensive line. The defense for John Handley: Green, Offit, Thorpe, Johnson, Williams, Dadsman, Williams, Luska, Ankleby, and Ambrose. As the opening kickoff is brought to you by CMA Honda of Winchester, located at 3985 Valley Pike. CMA moving lives forward as kickoff of the 2023 season, coming 4 minutes late here. As the ball is in the air at 7:04 p.m., and we have a new season up to the up man.
Dalton Haynes.
Dalton Haynes gets it. He can go nowhere as he's taken down at around the 20-yard line as a handful of judges come over and take him down.
That's a fine kickoff return, or kickoff defense there from John Handley.
And obviously, Eli Fleming, new quarterback for Musselman, a pro-style quarterback in the pocket, and we'll see what he can do tonight, Dylan.
I think I am most intrigued when it comes to any team in the EPAC at quarterback with Musselman and Eli Fleming. We've seen Dalton Harper, we've seen Max Anderson and Murphy Clement and Dylan Harrich, and we have Washington transition, but I think Musselman has a lot of potential if Eli Fleming is a very good quarterback.
Fleming in the shotgun, he takes a snap, hands it off to Haynes. He goes around the outside, he gets up to about the 23-yard line before being taken down. I believe that was by L.J. Williams making the stop.
Yeah, that looked
a few-yard gain on the play. Actually, back to the line of scrimmage.
That looked like potentially a play where Fleming has the option to pull it out there, an inverted veer, power read, but he ended up no gain there on the handoff to Haynes.
So 2nd down and 10. Musselman moving right to left on your radio dial is going to be handed off, and looks like he's going to throw down the field to Shelton, but that's incomplete, and that was Zach Miller, the converted quarterback, Dylan.
We mentioned that he was the backup quarterback to Baden Hartman last year, and there's a little bit of trickeration. You think it's a jet sweep, then he pulls up and tries to throw the ball downfield to Shelton. It was just off the mark. He was open. He was open for about a 20-yard gain, and then some green grass in front of him.
Yeah, here as we go back to the traditional, that's Logan Shelton who was trying to make the pass. Logan Shelton, Colton Shelton, they're cousins, and they're also wearing 8 and 9, Dylan. Also both on the field a lot. So Fleming takes the snap. He looks, he rolls right. He finds his man. That was Miller. He tries to high point the ball, but he hits it to the ground. So it's now a 4th down, and Musselman will be forced to punt.
That's Zach Miller again, this time getting the target. I think he just tried to take off before he caught the ball. It was a sprint rollout, which is a good way to try to get your quarterback rolling, cut the field in half, don't give him the entire field to try to read. And it was another open play there, but Miller just wasn't able to catch it.
Back to receive is Hassan Akambi. And back to punt, Zach Miller. We keep mentioning his name.
He does it all.
He does it all, and we've got a flag, a procedural penalty here on the kicking or punting team of Musselman, so that'll take him back a few yards.
Yeah, it just looked like a false start. Illegal procedure.
We mentioned the starting lineups. Those are brought to you by the Skinner Injury and Consumer Rights Lawyers. Skinner Accident Injury Lawyers, representing accident and injury claims for over 50 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. They recently changed their name. And
bad snap.
It's a bad snap, and this is not the way you want to start if you're Musselman.
Yeah,
it'll be a turnover on downs, and Handley will get it inside the red zone, down to about when are they going to spot the ball? At the 17, 18-yard line. Yeah, it'll be spotted at the 18.
The snap ended up in the hands of Peyton Galladay, the up man right by the snap. I don't think that was designed at all. Yeah. It sure didn't look like it.
Not when you're 4th down
long.
Yeah,
he couldn't do much other than pick the ball up and try to run with it, but didn't really have anywhere to go. So
starting offense includes Christian Metzger. He's going to take the snap. He's going to hand it off to the running back who finds a hole in Miller. Miller is going to go in the end zone for an 18-yard touchdown run, I believe. So right off the bat, this is not Braden Miller. It's Braylon Miller for the judges. Emmanuel Williams. They have a number 0.
Emmanuel
Lusko. They have a number 0. I've never seen a high school team with a number 0. That's what screwed me up. I looked at the top number.
John Handley came out in the pistol, which is what we saw a little bit in pregame, and they just handed it right up the middle, and he got a big hole and bounced off a tackler and took it right into the end zone. That's huge for John Handley. One play, and they're up on the board.
Newcomb with the PAT. That is up and good. Here with 11:01 to play in the first quarter, it's John Handley 7, Musselman nothing. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. We come back. We'll have another kickoff, and Musselman will try to even up the score. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR 210. Back in 60 seconds.
The Skinner family has been representing West Virginians for more than 50 years.
We've changed the name of our firm to Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers because we want to be clear about what we do. We represent people who have been in car, truck, and other catastrophic accidents.
We're here to be a voice for the injured and vulnerable, and we take that job seriously with deep commitment to serving our clients wherever they are.
Just Google Skinner Accident Lawyer or visit SkinnerWins.com. We'll treat you like family.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Welcome back to Denny Price Stadium. Here it's 7-0 John Handley already, and they're going to kick off to Musselman again. And that is Logan Shelton back deep, but once again, they're not going to kick it all the way deep. It's going to be grabbed by Dalton Haynes. He's going to get a couple blockers in front of him, get up to the 25, up to the 27 before he gets tackled by
starting
Joshua Johnson, number 20. It's the second drive of the game for the Applemen, but first, it's the scoring drive summary is brought to you by Paul Espinoza for State Senate, an effective, physically conservative voice for the 16th District. Dylan, quick one-play scoring drive.
One play, 18 yards. Emmanuel Luska. They take advantage of the bad snap on the punt and immediately get in the end zone.
Fleming takes a snap. He looks to his right. He tries to find his receiver in Woolston, but he's unable to make the catch.
Yeah, that was just a short little 3-yard out by Wollaston, and it hit him in the hands, but it was pretty tight coverage. I think that's good defense by John Handley there.
So it's now 2nd down and 10. Not the best start, not the start Musselman wanted for the season. Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off to Haynes. Haynes is going to find an opening. He's going to get up past the 30 to around the 31. Looks like we've got an injured Judge on the field.
Yeah, it looks like number 20.
Well, the guy that made the stop on special teams, Josiah Johnson.
Yeah, he's
able to get
getting up though. Yeah.
Gingerly and hobbles off the field. So it'll be 3rd down now and about 5.
Yeah, it looks like
6.
Maybe a long 5 or 6. About a 4-yard gain for Dalton Haynes. They pulled the guards on that play, give Haynes some extra guys lead blocking for him. And that's not bad. You'd rather get that on a 1st down rather than 2nd. But
Braden Miller to the far side. You got 2 to the far, 2 to the near with Haynes in the backfield. Woolston out wide, and we've got I believe it's a timeout by the judges.
Yep.
So we'll step aside as well. We'll be back after this 30-second break. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 30 seconds.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here. 10:17 to go in the opening quarter. It's John Handley 7, Musselman nothing as Musselman turns it over on downs after a botched snap on a punt, and John Handley scores on the first play, an 18-yard rushing touchdown. But Musselman now with 3rd down and 6, trying to gain a first down. Fleming takes the snap. He looks left now. He looks right. He's got to scramble out to the right side. He finds his receiver, but it's over the head of his receiver over there in Logan Shelton. But we've got a penalty. We'll see if this one gives Musselman an automatic first down.
Yeah, that could be huge if the judges weren't able to get themselves off the field. And
illegal contact on the defensive player, the 13 white, will be 15 yards first down.
So they have the ref mics working tonight, which is nice for us. So it'll be a 15-yard penalty and a first down for the Applemen. Saves them having to try and punt again, Dylan.
The snap, he looks left.
Keeping themselves from getting off the field. That was an overthrow by Ian Fleming towards the sideline. He got flushed out of the pocket a little bit, so there was some pressure coming his way. But regardless, this should be another punt.
Trips to the near side, one to the far side. Haynes in the backfield with Fleming on the shotgun. He takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He looks over to his receiver, Braden Miller. He tries to get past one man, and he gets to around the 49-yard line as he's tackled by Emmanuel Luska, who's been all over the field on offense and defense tonight.
Yep, see him in the defensive backfield on this side. He has the 1 touchdown of this game. Give him about 2 yards really in the end.
2.5 yards if you want to count half yards there. So it'll be a 2nd down and 8 from the 49-yard line. From their own 49-yard line, Fleming takes the snap, hands it to Haynes. He's able to get outside to the 45. He's able to slave off a tackle for a second, but he gets pushed out of bounds at the 45-yard line as he gets into Judge's territory.
That was a nice run by Haynes. He was able to get to the second level and then bounce it outside for a couple extra yards. Makes it 3rd and manageable for the first time.
3rd and manageable, as you just mentioned. Trips to the near side, one to the far side. Haynes in the backfield. Once again, as they get the play in from the coaches on the side, as they just did like a breaststroke motion as I just looked down to the coach. But nonetheless, 3rd and short. Fleming takes the snap, hands it off to Haynes. He finds a hole, and he gets the first down to around the 41-yard line. It's a first down, Musselman.
Well, Fleming's had some struggles so far, but they've made up for it in the run game. Dalton Haynes has his last 3 carries, 4 yards, 5 yards, 6 yards. He'll take that all game long. And Dalton Haynes in this offensive line is keeping things alive for the Musselman offense.
Fleming takes the snap. He looks left. He looks down the field to a wide-open receiver. It's Isaiah Beard for a 40-yard touchdown completion. And just like that, the Applemen get on the board, Dylan.
Nice throw by Eli Fleming down the field. And even better job by Isaiah Beard just beating
wide open.
I think there might have been a defensive breakdown by John Handley. I think a corner trying to pass off to a safety as Beard went down the field. Or it was just he got faked out and he got burnt down the field in man-to-man coverage. Either way, he was streaking down the field, and Eli Fleming hit him pretty much in stride. He only had to slow up a little bit for it.
Kick is on the way by Wilson Bonham, and it is good. It's now tied up at 7 here with 8:37 to go in the first quarter. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come
come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field. Ensuing kickoff after the Applemen have a touchdown. That one is a squib kick. It's unable to be grabbed, and then the initial player by the judges, but coming up to get it was one of the up man, and that was Josiah Johnson. All over the field tonight for the judges, Dylan.
He's flying all over the place and almost really broke it open there. But it's good starting field position for the second time. Obviously not as good as starting in the red zone, but you'll take it at the 35-yard line.
So it's actually spotted at the 36-yard line. 2 to the near, 1 to the far, and then you got an attached or an H-back there along with the running back in the shotgun with Metzger. He takes the snap. He's going to run it on the direct snap. He's going to push behind his offensive lineman, but only gain a few yards up to, they'll spot it at, I believe, the 39-yard line. So a 4-yard gain on the play. 3-yard gain on the play.
Yeah, 3 or 4. That's sort of the hybrid wing T stuff we're talking about when you direct snaps right to the quarterback. But they're spreading the ball out a little bit more, running some pistol. That's what their first play was on that 18-yard touchdown to Luska. And now Luska is lined up out wide. Or in the slot, I should say. He's moving from the right slot to the left.
So for Metzger, he's got 2 to the same formation, really. He's going to bring his receiver over, and they are going to fake the end around and he'll be taken down by a slew of Appleman defenders, including, it appears, Colton Shelton coming up there with the stop. Or Logan Shelton. No, it was Colton. See, I'm getting them confused already, the cousins.
They gave him positive yardage on that?
Yeah, I'm not sure how. Maybe 1 yard. I think it was a 2-yard gain, I guess, officially. But it's now 3rd down and 7 on their own 41-yard line. Metzger takes the snap. He's going to throw to the left. He's got an open receiver, and he makes the catch in Hanson Akambi, but he's not enough for the first down, so it'll be a 4th down upcoming. 4th and short. I believe from the 45, just past the 45-yard line.
And that's really a mistake that you can't make there as the wide receiver. He was able to make the catch, and it was a nice throw by the quarterback on just a little slant stick route there. But he stopped a yard short of the chains. Was tackled immediately.
Luska in the backfield. Metzger takes the snap. It's a direct run, and he's going to get the first down almost over midfield. I believe just at the midfield stripe is what they're going to call it. So a first down for John Handley.
You can see the sort of converted wide receiver nature of Metzger. They're not afraid to just run the ball with them direct snaps. And that's the second one right there, and they pick up the first down.
So they're going to call it just on the other side of the 50. So the 49 and 3/4 line, if you want to call it that. So you've got 2 to the far side, 1 to the far side, 2 to the near, excuse me. As subs coming in and out. Awaiting the play call. And another timeout. I believe it's the second timeout taken by John Handley. We'll take one with them. Actually, before we take the timeout, we'll get the scoring drive summary for the Appleman score. It's brought to you by Paul Espinoza for State Senate, an effective, physically conservative voice for the 16th District. The last Appleman touchdown, Dylan.
It's a 7-play drive from the Musselman Appleman, just over 55 yards on that scoring drive. That gets them, finishes off with a Eli Fleming 40-yard touchdown on the 7th play of the drive to Isaiah Beard.
And I think that Fleming's got off those pregame jitters that I would assume he had first game in a Musselman uniform. It definitely kind of seemed like maybe the offense wasn't 100% ready to come out in the first drive of the game.
I think
maybe they were too ready.
Yeah, there was a couple of plays where it seemed like it was some pressure got back to him, and there was a drop by a receiver. He was incomplete on his first 3 passes, and Zach Miller threw an incompletion as well on that jet sweep trick play. But 2 completions in a row after that, including that second one being the touchdown.
Got a first down and 10 from midfield for John Handley. Metzger takes the snap. He hands it off to Luska. Luska gets around the edge and gets at least 5 on the play. I think they're going to call it 6. Down to the Musselman 44-yard line.
And Luska has some explosiveness to him. He gets up to top speed real quick.
He really does.
He was able to, I'm almost surprised that it was only 6 yards there, but obviously it's at the far sideline. Hard to see exactly where he went out of bounds. But, yeah, that's going to be trouble. He gets some open lanes from this really big offensive line from the Judges, and he could be a problem all game long.
2nd down and 4. Metzger takes the snap, hands it off to Luska again. He gets past a few defenders, and I think they're going to give him maybe just before the line to gain. So there'll be a 3rd down and 1 upcoming, but he was kind of pushed from behind by the Appleman defender.
Yeah, tackle from behind there, almost to the point where it gave him the 1st down, but I think his knee was down a little sooner than that.
So a 3rd down and 1 from the 41-yard line of the Appleman.
We got 6'6" Braylon Miller lined up against number 14 Peyton Galladay. There's a 7-inch difference between wide receiver and DB on that side.
And Metzger takes the snap directly. He's going to get down the sideline, down to the 20, and pushed out of bounds. It just seems like once he gets past that 1st and 2nd level of the Appleman, that nobody can stop him.
Yeah, these guys are quick. This quarterback and running back, it does not take very long for them to start picking up the pace. And once they get some open field, I mean, that's a really good run, 23 yards.
So it's now a 1st down from the Musselman 21-yard line. Getting close to the end of, it's about halfway through the quarter now at 5:22. Left to go. In the opening quarter, here from Waldeck Field, Metzger moves his running back to the right side of him. He's going to take the snap. He's going to run once again. He's going to able to get outside again and gain another 5-7 yards.
So this is kind of how this wing T hybrid is working. That they're spread out a little bit more, but you're still getting that you're still sort of getting that misdirection.
Yeah.
When it comes to who's going to get the ball and what direction are they going, left or right? Yeah. Is the quarterback going to hand it off to the right? Is he going to keep it going to the right, following lead blockers, or is he going to go off to the other side?
Metzger has 2 to the far, 1 to the near. They're going to hand it off once again to Johnson. Or Josiah, and he's going to get inside the 10-yard line down to the 5. Are they going to call it a touchdown? I think he's just shy. Josiah Johnson, just shy of the goal line.
Man, he was tough
but
to
a 1st and goal upcoming.
He was really tough to bring down. They wrapped him up, and he still got about an extra 5 yards.
Musselman takes the timeout. We'll take one with him. We'll be back after this 60-second break. You're tuned into EPAC Football with the game tied at 7 apiece. 5:09 left to go in the 1st quarter. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
At the Berkeley County Health Department, our motto is prevent, promote, protect. Since 1935, our mission has been to provide clinical and environmental services to protect the health of the general public. We're committed to building public health in our community by offering a wide range of services, including blood pressure screening, breast and cervical screening, family planning, counseling, lab testing, and more. We perform health inspections to make sure the restaurants you visit are clean, and we prepare and coordinate plans to respond to all hazards. The Berkeley County Health Department, 122 Waverly Court, Martinsburg.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Here to Waldeck Field, tie ball game, but the Judges are knocking on the door, literally, Dylan, right out about the 1-yard line is 1st and goal.
Yeah, Josiah Johnson was able to get him down to the 1, and he's in the backfield again.
Metzger takes the snap. It's a high snap. He's going to run it himself. He's going to get in the end zone for the 1-yard touchdown run. It's now 13-7. John Handley on top of Musselman with 5:06 to go in the first quarter. Extra point is pending.
Just followed his blockers there. Johnson, big body there, was able to get out in front and be an extra guy, and he just walked it in the end zone. You know, I just realized who Christian Metzger reminds me of back at quarterback. Baden Hartman.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with that. Ball is down. Kick is on the way, and it is through. It's now 14-7. John Handley on top. We'll not step aside. We'll stay here. Get our first quarter sponsors. Presented on TV 10 by Parsons Ford at 1400 Shepherdstown Road and online at parsonsford.com. They became number one by making you number one first. Parsons. Shout out Parsons for helping me out earlier this summer. Also presented on TV 10 by the Brown Funeral Home and Cremations. Robert Fields and Sons, a family-owned full-service funeral home in Martinsburg, right here in Inwood, and Charlestown Ranson, proudly serving the area since 1880. And Dylan, I think us coming from the EPAC side of things, I think we thought it was going to go a little bit different to start things off.
You never know, right? It's hard to say. We have high expectations for Musselman because that's just usually how it goes here. But John Handley came to play so far. They have some really good athletes here, quarterback and running back. And, you know, Musselman was able to get themselves up on the board with that last offensive drive over there. So we're only looking at a 7-point game. It's still the first quarter, but it kind of looks like we are in for a high-scoring affair tonight.
Yeah, I really think we are. Getting a score update from Jefferson Spring Mills. They're on top of Spring Mills 7-0, I would believe, in the first quarter, as well as that clock probably winding down as well. But it's 7-0 Jefferson at Jefferson and Shenandoah Junction. The kick is off, and it's a squib kick grabbed by Dalton Haynes. He's trying to find a blocker, and he can't get past the 40-yard line as he's taken down by Zaquan Williams. It's now first down and 10 to start off another drive. Dylan, your thoughts quickly while they're spotting the ball on the Jefferson Spring Mill score early.
It's early. I think the expectation coming in was Jefferson was gonna be able to take that one, but we'll see. We'll see what develops as it goes along. Max Anderson in his third year as quarterback. In
a bunch formation, 2 to the far, 2 to the near side. Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off to Haynes. Haynes is able to find a hole up to the 45, but he's pushed back. We'll see if they spot him with forward progress. They're going to spot him at the 46 with forward progress. So Dalton Haynes able to find some holes of recent, but he wasn't really on the first couple of drives.
His first carry went for no yards, but since then it's been 4, 5, 6, and 6. So he's been really effective so far. The offensive line has done really good work in the run game.
It's now 2nd down and 4. From their own 46-yard line. Fleming takes the snap, fakes the handoff. He rolls to the far side, and he's going to have to tuck it. And he's able to get around the defender, and I think get the first down as he kind of curves around the defender. What a great job by a guy that we kind of thought was just going to be a pro-style quarterback and stick in the pocket.
Well, you've seen a little bit when they've rolled him out that he has some ability. He's not a statue back there, so a lot of quarterbacks. I think today in 2023 football, no matter the level, it's hard to really have that old style of a guy that can't really move at all back behind center when the defensive guys rushing the ball are so athletic.
We've got a timeout. I believe it's an official's timeout.
It is 3rd and short, by the way.
Yeah, 3rd and short, 3rd and inches, not a first down.
Therefore, we will keep the game time on by the back judge. He will raise his hand with 5 seconds to go.
They're keeping the time on the field.
Having a scoreboard issue?
I guess they are having a scoreboard issue.
All right.
Keep the time on the field.
We got 3rd and inches.
3rd and an inch. Trips to the near side, 1 to the far side. Fleming has his running back in the backfield. It's like Blaze Ricketts, and they're going to go forward on The handoff to Ricketts, and he gets the first down to the 49.
Nice run there.
That was 30, excuse me. That was Blake Sanders.
Sanders able to get through the hole there, just needed not even a yard, and he was able to get an insurance yard or two.
Same formation for the Applemen. First down and 10. They hand it off again to Sanders. He's able to get a few yards down to the 40. They'll spot him at the 45, right at the line. Looked like, thought he was able to get past the line, but they're going to say right on the other side of the line. So it's now 2nd down and 6.
Well, Musselman has looked a lot better on offense since that first drive where they went 3 and out and had the botched punt that set things up for the judges.
Fleming takes a snap with 2 to the far, 2 to the near. He looks left. He comes back to the middle. He's got his receiver, Logan Shelton, and he's down to the 35-yard line for a first down. I'm going to get this right eventually, Dylan.
Yeah,
8 is Colton, 9 is Logan.
That was a nice little pitch and catch there between them because they were running a zone defense, and Shelton just kind of sat in the middle there running an in route, 10-yard in, and it was a nice throw by Fleming to find him.
Trips to the near side, 1 to the far side. It's first down and 10. Screen pass to his running back, who's going to find some room outside and gets pushed out of bounds. That is Braden Miller, who comes around in the receiver screen, actually. And another first down for the Applemen. And we've got a flag on the play. Late flag on the play.
Yeah, late hit. That was a nice little bubble screen. Good blocking by the other wide receivers.
We'll hear the call here from the official.
Play number 31, first and 10.
It was actually on Musselman.
That's tough.
That is tough, Dylan.
Yeah, it was a nice play. Get him another first down right to the edge of the red zone.
Definitely some chirping down there. We got another penalty.
Sideline
infraction? Or are they calling it a warning first? We'll see what the referees make the call here.
Sideline warning. White.
So Handley gets a sideline warning, not a penalty yet. Next time will be the penalty, though.
And they just got to keep the players off the field and the coaches.
Nonetheless, here it's first down and 10. Basically, that play didn't happen prior to this one. It's trips to the far side, 1 to the near. Fleming takes the snap, looks for his receiver, Logan Shelton. He finds him, and he's able to get out of bounds. I believe enough for the first down.
Close to it, if not.
Or maybe it's a second down in inches, it appears.
Yeah, it looks like they'll
second down and 1.
They'll give him 9.
Give him 9 on the play. So second down and 1 from the Handley 26-yard line as the Applemen knocking on the door of the red zone. Trips to the far side, 1 to the near. They end up handing it off to Sanders. Sanders able to get the first down and more inside the 20-yard line to the 17. So just methodically driving down the field, minus that penalty, I think they've methodically driven down the field, Dylan.
They have. This offense has looked very good since that first drive. Just, getting little chunks at a time, running the ball very well.
So they're going to call it the 19-yard line. First and 10 in the red zone. Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off again to Sanders. Sanders able to get a few. I believe they're going to say 4 yards to the 15-yard line, so make that second down and 6. With the stop coming from Dadisman, excuse me.
Down under 2 minutes left in the first quarter. Surprised we've seen
on a rolling clock. I believe they wanted a pre-snap penalty on the jump on the defense. They didn't get it though.
No, they came across, but then came back over with no snap, no jump from the offensive side.
Tight formation here. Fleming takes a snap, hands it off to Sanders. He's able to get nowhere. Taken down on the play by Emmanuel Luska, excuse me.
That's really good play right there.
Yeah, makes it 3rd down and 6.
So Luska has been all over the place, both sides of the ball.
Between him and Johnson, they've been their top playmakers today.
Yeah, I was about to say I was surprised we've seen so much of Sanders on this drive, but now here comes Dalton Haynes back in.
Yeah. Trips to the far side, one of the near side. That receiver to the near side is Logan Shelton. Fleming takes a snap. He looks left, and Shelton cannot make the catch. It'll be a 4th down. Incomplete pass.
Just a little bit of an errant throw there by Fleming. Little low, little outside. Couldn't quite get it on the mark to Fleming, running another sort of 7-yard out route. This is 4th and 6th. We're at the 15-yard line. Offense is going to stay out there.
Again, same formation as last time, just move Haynes to the right side. Fleming takes the snap. He's rolling to that far side. He's going to try to make the pass to Zach Miller. Once again, Zach Miller can't make the catch. It's a turnover on downs. That's the 2nd turnover on downs for the Applemen in this quarter.
He was open. It was a little off the mark. It hit Miller in the hands, but it was really off of the fingertips. He kind of had to stretch out for that one. It should have been an easier catch. It was on the run, so it's one of the harder throws for a quarterback to make when you run that sprint rollout immediate.
I believe we've got an officials timeout here? Or is it the end of the quarter?
We've still got 50.9 left in the quarter.
Well, they said they were running the clock.
That's true. So you may be right there.
We will step aside for a 60-second break. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 60 seconds.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
We are the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives. And when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming.
Nobody likes to be told you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover.
So if you or loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation.
Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here. 1st down and 10 for Handley on their own 15-yard line after the turnover on downs. Mutzger gets the snap. He's going to run it. He's going to kind of get slowed up by the first line of defense from the Applemen, but then taken down by number 70, Phil Phillips, number 70.
About 4 yards there from Metzger. You'll take that every time. Run game's been effective for both teams.
We got under 30 seconds left in the first quarter, according to the clock, which they said they were keeping on the field. Thought that might have been the end of the first quarter, but it wasn't. Nonetheless, 2nd down, the snap taken. It's an end around, a hole up the middle. Gets past Logan Shelton. He's going to go to the 50, to the 40, to the 30, 20. Shelton trying to chase him. He can't get him. 10-5, touchdown, John Handley. That was Hassan Akambi, but I think it's coming back.
There is a flag down at the 43-yard line of John Handley.
And then another flag inside the 10.
Two. Referee threw a flag and his hat, and then there is another flag down the field.
So that would have been an 80-yard touchdown run on the end around.
This is a huge break for Musselman if this is coming back, and I assume that it is.
I don't know, because the players are still. They don't seem to know what
the placement makes me think it was a hold or block in the back down the field. It's about 20 yards from the line of scrimmage.
Yeah. We're getting word from Colin down on the sideline. One could be on head coach Brian Thomas, which would be the one right at the 50, I would assume.
Yeah, the same official threw his flag in his hat. That would make sense.
See if we can hear the call. As they're going to explain.
They're going over to Thomas.
So they're not going to. Over here, they're going to make the call.
Well, John Handley off.
Penalties on the play. Both will be administered as after the play penalties. We have unsportsmanlike against the Musselman team and sideline interference against the right team. As we thought, if all the plays are touchdown, those yardage penalties will offset.
So it's offsetting penalties. I'm assuming what it was is, if they're saying it's a sideline on Handley, maybe the referees couldn't get down the sideline.
I'm going to assume so.
And then we heard the one from the Musselman side was apparently on Coach Thomas. So it is a touchdown. It's an 80-yard touchdown score for Asan Akambi. And now the point after attempt is coming to make it a 14-point lead, and that it does here as the first quarter expires. It's a 21-7 lead for John Handley over Musselman. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the start of the second quarter. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field as we are about to get things started here in the second quarter. We'll just get you the second quarter sponsors to begin things here. Brought to you on TV 10 by Hagerstown Ford, revolutionizing the car buying experience. Go to HagerstownFord.com for more. Also by Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, representing accident and injury claims for over 15 years. Go to SkinnerWins.com. Dylan, the end of the first quarter comes, and it's the Judges 21, and it's the Applemen 7. Not at all what we expected.
The athletes of John Handley have been incredibly impressive. Akambi and Metzger and Lutzka are just a lot to handle. Honestly, I don't even take this quarter so far as any sort of detriment against Musselman. Maybe their defense not having the athletes to keep up, but Handley's been impressive.
Ball's kicked off. Shelton makes the catch, barely making the catch. He finds a hole to the 30, to the 40, to the 45, to the 50, and he's taken down by his shoestrings as he gets into Handley territory.
They needed that.
They really did.
They needed a short field for a drive. They were able to get a 40-yard touchdown 2 drives ago. Now they start almost at the 40, at the 43.
11:52 to go in the first half. They're going to say it's inside Judges' territory at the 49-yard line. So Shelton brings it down to the Judges' 49. We got trips to the far side, one to the near. Wolston is the near receiver for Fleming. Takes the snap, hands it off to Haynes. Haynes is not going anywhere. Gains a couple, but he's taken down by, it appears, Logan Vollmers. And Dalton Haynes is hurt.
Oh, that's rough.
Dalton Haynes is hurt, and he's not getting up immediately. Maybe some cramps. Obviously, it's hot.
It looks like,
I think we smelled some pickle juice earlier when we were walking down to the field next to where the trainers are here on the back side of the press box. So it could be some cramps. Hopefully it's just cramps. But that's kind of the thing you kind of see when it's this hot out, Dylan.
They're working on his leg like it is. Just looking at his, they're handing him water. Looking at his reaction on the field, it looks like he's in excruciating pain. Which, I mean, a cramp, a Charlie horse in your leg, that's some of the worst pain you'll ever feel sometimes. So at least it'll seem like it. So that does seem like what it is. It's hot. It's still August. It's hot out here, even though the sun's starting to go down, and there's some cloud coverage, but it's still hot out here.
And he is getting up, which is good to see. He kind of tripped when he got up, but it's good to see him getting up under his own power. Hopefully it was just a cramp. So he'll have to come out for at least one play.
What it seems like.
But he is hobbling a little bit, so you never know.
I mean, hey, you get a bad enough cramp, and that you feel it for the next 10 minutes or so before you can really get it worked out.
Well, nonetheless, it's a 2nd down and 9 after the 1-yard gain by Haynes. Trips to the same formation, trips to the far side, one to the near with Woolston. I believe Sanders in at running back. Fleming takes the snap. He's going to pass it down the middle of the field to Braden Miller. Braden Miller inside the 15 to the 10-yard line before he's taken down. They're going to call it, I believe, the 11. But a great pitch and catch from Fleming to Miller. Red zone, Dylan.
Yeah, they ran a seam route down the middle with Braden Miller, and the defense for John Handley was running zone, and there was just no one there.
Fleming takes the snap. He's going to hand it off to his running back, who's going to get inside the 5.
Zach Miller.
No, Colton Shelton.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Number 8, Colton Shelton. I was calling his cousin, Logan Shelton, Colton earlier.
I think
number 8.
I think Zach Miller might have been number 8 last year again.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
But in the red zone, inside the 10-yard line, I call it the 6-yard line. I think they're going to spot it. They spot at the 5. So it is 2nd down. Braden comes in motion. They're going to try to throw it over to Logan Shelton in the end zone, and it is a touchdown, Appleman. Fleming to Miller, Fleming to Shelton makes it a one-possession game with 10:34 to go.
He kind of just floated that one up there, but it worked out. Shelton was open. Nice pass by Fleming. Listen, they're still losing. I can't blame it on the offense so far. They are holding up their end of the bargain. Really good offense too.
The extra point to make it a 7-point game is down. It's on the way, and it is good. It's 21-14, 10:34 to go in the first half. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. We come back, we'll have the impending kickoff.
This is Eric at Hagerstown Ford. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hagerstown Ford, it is that convenient. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hagerstown Ford will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time at a car dealership playing the dumb back and forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Chambersburg, Pennsylvania to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hagerstown Ford absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HagerstownFord.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want and get your new ride delivered to you at no risk. See dealer for details.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field after that drive that now makes it a one-possession game. And I think the Applemen are close to getting that ball back, but they did not, as it was kind of one hand, tried to grasp with a one hand by Handley. Thought it was going to be a free ball, but it wasn't a free ball.
I think the ball was coming off the tee as he kicked it. I think that's what Wilson Bonham is saying, at least, looking over to the sideline.
Yeah, he wants a re-kick.
And they are going to.
They're going to give him a re-kick.
I'm surprised we didn't see the whistle or hear the whistle right away, because I noticed it.
So a re-kick here. I'm assuming you wanted it to be deep. He's going to kick it off. Well, at least a squibber. It's going to go inside the 20, and then they're going to let it go out of bounds.
Kick goes out of bounds.
As Zach Miller and Colvin Wilcom get kind of knotted up around the 40-yard line. But it'll be a penalty for a kick out of bounds, Dylan. It's not what you want after you get the re-kick. Kind of puts the ball close to where it would have been.
Handley's gotten really good field position all night long, and that's not going to change now. They got 21 points up on the board with 10.5 minutes left in the first half. And there hasn't really been signs that Musselman's been able to slow them down. This is a shootout.
They need another player on defense, I think. And that they do. They get Zach Miller on late.
Yep.
2 receivers to the near side for Handley, 1 to the far. They got an H-back. They're going to run it once again with Metzger. He's going to get through the initial people, and he fumbles the ball. The ball is out. I think Musselman has recovered the football.
They sure did.
And that they do.
Wow.
Recovered by Isaiah Beard and Dylan. That just completely turns the complexion of this game right now.
Absolutely. That is exactly what they needed at a time like this. They weren't showing any signs of being able to stop this rushing attack. Judges, including on that play. That would have been a 20-yard plus gain right there if Metzger was able to hold on to the ball, but someone popped it out.
Now it's a 1st down and 10 for the Applemen from their own 40-yard line. Trips to the near side, 1 to the far. It's like Blake Sanders in at running back. Fleming waiting for his line to get set. Takes a shotgun snap. He looking left, all the way left.
Got him.
And now he's got his receiver, Isaiah Beard, end zone, touchdown, Appleman, 60 yards from Fleming to Beard, and just like that, we're a PAT away from tying the ball game.
I don't think it was the exact same play as that first long touchdown to Beard, but it was the same route, and it was the same result. He burnt the corner on the outside with his speed. A great throw by Fleming, right on the mark, in stride, and he used his speed there, Isaiah Beard did, to get his second touchdown, 100 yards on 2 catches and 2 touchdowns.
He's a player of the game candidate for you, along with Fleming.
Definitely.
And there's a penalty on the snap. The Applemen are saying that Handley jumped. We'll see what the call is. It was offside against the judges. 10:14 to go in the first half. PAT will tie it. And what's been a great ball game so far.
Oh, yeah.
Ball is down, kick on the way, and it is good. No, it's no good.
Extra point is no good.
It was no good, so it's still a 1-point ball game. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the impending kickoff. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10, back in 60 seconds.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore-D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field. The PAT was no good. It's 21-20, Handley on top. The impending kickoff is sky high and taken with a fair catch at the 30-yard line. And once again, Miller and Welcome get into it around the 40-yard line. They both are like at the first level hitting each other, and they're both big. It's been the last two kickoffs. I've looked down and I've just seen them getting off the field.
Oh yeah, they're looking. They're as soon as they walk out on that field for those kickoffs, they're trying to find each other. Absolutely. He walks out there for Handley. He's saying, "Where's Green? Where's number 2?" He's looking for Miller. Absolutely.
So it's a first down from their own 30-yard line, excuse me. Metzger takes the snap. He hands it off in the I formation. His running back is going to gain a few yards out to the 32-yard line. I believe that was Emmanuel Lusko with the rush.
Yeah, that's the first time in a while they've really been able to contain him. Any of these runners.
Looking to the play for the looking to the sideline for the play. Luska takes the snap. Looks like there was a pre-snap penalty here. Looks like a false start.
Good ball. Illegal procedure call against the judges.
Yeah, illegal procedure, 5-yard penalty. We're now at 2nd and 13. Is this the momentum shift that Musselman needed? They get that turnover. They get the one-play long touchdown. Back to a one-point game. Could have been tied, but maybe this is where things turn around for the defense.
Bringing his receiver in motion, he hands it off to him. That is Hassan Akambi. He's taken down behind the line to gain. Once again, it was a second down and 15. So Wollaston comes and takes him down.
Stopped by the Appleman's number 88, Troy Wollaston.
That's the first time we really called out his name on defense. So maybe the Applemen are starting to get things going on both sides. Can the judges hold up for this entire game? They got off to a quick start, but can they sustain it?
This is a 3rd down and 15. This is an obvious passing situation, so we'll see what happens here.
He's only thrown one
Metzger
pass.
takes the snap, and he's looking down the field, and it's picked off by Logan Shelton. Logan Shelton around some guys, and he's going to get inside the 10 to the 5, touchdown. An interception return for a touchdown, and the Applemen take the lead, 26-21, 8:22 to go in the quarter. What a great read, and only the 2nd pass attempt by Metzger this game, Dylan.
And Logan Shelton, book. Metzger stared down his receiver across the middle on the in route. And Logan Shelton, that free safety, that center fielder, talked about it in pregame, said could he make an impact in that free safety spot, and there it was.
We got an official's timeout. I think an official might have hurt himself. Yeah, the official over there on the 25-yard line on the far hash is being attended to by the Musselman trainer.
Oh, that's no good.
Maybe he got knocked over.
Possible.
But nonetheless, Dylan, I mean, that was just read perfectly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Metzger just kind of telegraphed that one, and also Shelton probably just reading and doing his assignment on that play, coming down into that robber position for the zone to kind of cover the middle of the field, because who else was covering the wide receiver there in the middle of the field? Not really anybody, but he cuts in front of the pass and uses his ability in the open field to get into the end zone. Good blocking, too.
Yeah, good blocking. The Pierce are taking the referee off the field. So they're going to go one man down here. I feel like we saw this once last year, Dylan, did we?
I think we did.
I'm trying to think back to what game it was, but they had to go one referee down at some point last year. PAT is upcoming from the Appleman as they get the official over to get him checked out, and hopefully he's okay. Never want to see that, especially game 1.
Yeah, I was wondering if they'd go for 2 here, try to make it a 7-point game.
Ice on the back of his neck.
Yeah, he might have just fell and got hit. Hit it when he fell on the ground. Let's see if Colin's able to find out.
So the PAT upcoming to make it a 6-point game. It's a 5-point lead.
They are going for 2.
They're going to go for 2.
Zach Miller.
And Zach Miller's going to get in for the 2-point conversion. It's now 28-21 Appleman. We've got 8:22 to go in the first half. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the impending kickoff. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant, or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field. It's now a 28-21 lead for the Appleman. And the kickoff is up in the air. It's going to hit the ground before it's taken by the up man. And he's going to get past the 35, up to the 36 before he's pushed out of bounds. I think the judges are calling for a tackle out of bounds, but I don't see a flag flying.
It doesn't seem like they're going to get the call.
Hassan Akimbi.
Dylan, just a great read by Logan Shelton on that interception.
Yeah, he's another candidate for player of the game so far. He's been great as a wide receiver for Ian Fleming to throw the ball to. He's got a touchdown on that side of the ball. And now he's got one on a pick 6 as well. So, and he's been great as a returner as well. All 3 phases of the game, he's been really impressive.
For the first time in this game since it was scoreless, Handley is down. It's a handoff to Luska. Luska gets the far sideline, and he's down the field, but he's out of bounds.
He is so explosive. In no time, he got up into that 2nd and 3rd level.
Not too sure what that call was there.
Yeah, they stopped play there for a second. We'll thought maybe there'd be a penalty, but they're moving the chains.
A player's helmet came off, so they got to get him off for a player safety.
It's about 11-yard gain there.
Metzger takes the snap. He hands it off to Luska again up the middle. He finds a hole down to into the Appleman territory, down to the 45-yard line.
I think Handley's just trying to get back to what got them here, got them that lead, trying to make things a little simpler, handing the ball off to Luska, and try to just calm things down.
Down to the 46, excuse me.
Maybe use up a little bit more clock than they've been using.
In the pistol, he takes the snap. He hands it off to Luska once again. He finds a hole, but not too much as the big men from the Appleman are there.
Close to a first down.
Including number 56, Xavier Pollard.
They're moving the chains.
The 6-foot, 230-pound junior as he gets the first down.
Stopped by Bruce Appleman there in the center of the Appleman line, but it is enough for a first down.
So enough for a first down. It's a first down from the called 42-yard line of the Appleman. 2 receivers to the near, 1 to the far. So their hybrid wing style has been mostly running, and they're going to continue that there with Metzger.
Ball kept there by
as Metzger keeps the ball, he's going to run to the far side and out of bounds.
got out there to the edge quickly. I think he got about 2 yards.
So 2nd down and 8. We're going to call it 9 on the scoreboard. I think it is close to a 1.5 probably yard gain because they're not down to the 40. They're in the 41 and it was starting at the 42. So 2nd down and 9 from the Appleman 41-yard line. Now I believe it's Josiah Johnson in at tailback. Going to move him to the right of Metzger, and they're going to hand it off to him. He's going to go to the far. He trips on his own, and he barely gets back to the line of scrimmage.
He might not have even. I think they're going to back it up about a half a yard or maybe even a whole yard to the original line of scrimmage.
So it's now 3rd down and 9. They're going to push it back to the 10. So we've got an Appleman player down.
Official timeout.
Dalton Haynes, I think.
Dalton Haynes down once again, cramping again. We'll step aside for a 30-second break. When we come back, we will have more action from Waldeck Field on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10 back in 30.
The Joint Commission, in conjunction with the American Stroke Association, recently awarded WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center advanced recertification as a primary stroke center, which signifies WVU Medicine's dedication to fostering better outcomes for patients and demonstrates that our program continues to meet critical elements to improving outcomes for stroke patients. WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center is committed to providing patients the highest quality stroke care in the region.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here as it appeared to just be a cramp again for Dalton Haynes. He's not happy that he went down. He obviously wants to be in the football game.
That's frustrating.
Yeah.
You get multiple cramps and not just the one. It's hard even when you get the first one to stay entirely hydrated.
But nonetheless, 3rd down and 10 for the John Handley at the Appleman 42-yard line. This would be a great opportunity for the Appleman to make a big stop here. But it's probably a time where you go for it on 4th down. Metzger takes the high snap. He's rolling out. He's going to find his man, but there is a flag on the play. It's a 1st down tentatively as it's a catch there by Hassan Akama.
There is a flag on the play.
With the flag back near the line of scrimmage.
I imagine this is coming back from where this flag was thrown.
Probably all in the area of holding.
Yeah. It was a good pass. Open receiver. And it is holding.
It is coming back.
It's on Jay-Sean Offit.
Jay-Sean Offit, I believe the left tackle.
Yep. It was thrown on that side, so you figured the backside it was rolling out from left to right. So it's kind of the backside play there, trying to hold contain.
Now 3rd down in the country mile, 3rd down and 20. In their own territory now, at their own 48-yard line. Metzger's obviously got to throw deep. We saw what happened the last time before this penalty was called back. Or this, It's a fumble. It's a fumble, and he can't do anything. He's got to stay down on it, and it's a 4th down now.
Bad snap.
And on a bad snap, it puts it at their own inside their own 40. Makes it a 4th down and
we'll bring up
25. 29. 4th down and 29. And at this point, Dylan, you got to punt it away.
You have to, yeah. They're going to send Luska back there to punt, it looks like. I think it's their first punt of the game.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So things have really turned around for the Musselman defense the last couple possessions.
Logan Shelton back to receive the punt. As 2 men come on late, 1 man comes on after 1 man realizes he's not supposed to be on.
Well, Shelton's got an offensive touchdown and a defensive touchdown. This might be, let's see how far the punt goes if he has a chance for all 3 phases.
Shelton's going to not make the catch. It's going to go down inside the 25 and be down.
Down there by the judges.
What, at the 21, 22-yard line where the Appleman will take over here, Dylan. 5:38 to go in the first half. It's 28-21, Musselman on top. This last, 10, 15 minutes of game time, I feel like has been mostly all Appleman.
The second quarter, yeah, it's been night and day for the Musselman defense specifically. I think all game long after that first drive where the Applemen went 3 and out, the offenses looked really good, but the defense wasn't holding up their end of it.
First down and 10 from their own 21-yard line. Fleming does the read option, and he keeps it, and he's going to get past the 25, I believe, up to the 20, call it 26. So about a 5-yard gain on the play for Fleming on the read option.
Made the right read there. Don't block the end, read the end.
We're going to call it, say, up to the 27, so now it's a 2nd down and 5.
And it looks like a false start or encroachment.
I think it's an encroachment, offsides.
Yep, got him the jump.
So defense with the penalty. So I believe does that makes it an automatic first? No, I guess it doesn't. No, it does make an automatic first down. So ball up to the 32.
Not an automatic, but it was 5.
5 yards put him in the first down. They take the snap, handing it off, and going to go nowhere. Is taken down by a gang of John Handley judges.
Ball carried there by the Appleman's number 8, Colton Shelton.
Colton Shelton had the carry.
Haynes might still be trying to recover from his cramps on the sideline. I see him walking around without his helmet on. He might just be giving him a break for the rest of the half, if I had to guess.
4:40 on a rolling clock. Fleming takes the snap. He's going to hand it off to Sanders. Sanders breaks off a tackle. He's up to the 50, down to the 45, and he's taken down with a huge gain. He's taken down there by L.J. Williams. But it's a first down and in to John Handley territory for the Applemen. Up to down to the 39-yard line.
Great lower body strength and balance to keep up there. Arm tackles didn't work. Blake, running attack hasn't slowed down with Haynes on the sideline.
Trips to the far side, one to the near. Fleming takes the snap. He's looking left. He's going to roll left to buy some time. He's going to throw it down the middle of the field to Braden Miller. Braden Miller's going to try to get around some people. He's got enough for a first down before he's pushed back. But I believe they're going to give him the first down on a catch for about 11 yards. They will call it the first down.
That's a really nice throw by Fleming. All kind of across his body.
He was trying to buy the time, too.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he needed to throw that ball away, but
run it, tuck it to run it.
He was able to find a guy there.
Nonetheless, it's now first down and 10 from the 29-yard line, and another, I believe, pre-snap infraction for the defense. Another 5-yard penalty against the judges. They're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Yeah, I think your goal, if you were Musselman for this drive, was to run out these 5.5 minutes in the half and score a touchdown with, Handley having very little time to come down and score before the half, and they get the ball back.
3:15 on a rolling clock, handing it off once again to Sanders. Sanders gets a few yards as it's first down and 5, gets close to the first down.
Ball carried there by Blake
Mark him a yard short.
Second down and 1 as the clock rolls under 3 minutes. With the Applemen already on top, 28-21. Really a comeback effort for the Applemen.
Oh, yeah. It's been night and day for the defense, first quarter to second quarter.
2 receivers each way for the Applemen. Going left to right on your radio dial. Fleming takes the snap, hands it off to Sanders again, and he's bounces off a tackle, but he's pushed back. I don't even know if he'll get the line to gain. And Appleman wanting a penalty because Sanders was thrown down, but I don't think they're going to get it.
No, they're not.
Third down for the Applemen.
I mean, when you see a guy get ripped down kind of by his jersey, it makes you, your instinct is to say it's a penalty, but that's football right there. They're giving him the first down.
So they do give him the first down here. It's a first down and 10 at the 19-yard line.
I'm sorry, it is
right, 2 minutes now. They're doing a good job of just running this clock down, using their time wisely.
Fleming takes a snap. He hands it off to Colton Shelton. Colton Shelton really goes nowhere. Maybe gains back to the line of scrimmage, really, ultimately, right, Dylan?
Stop
I
made
think
by
they're
the
giving him a
judges,
yard.
number 2, L.J. Williams. Little or no gain
L.J.
on the play.
Williams
It'll bring up
makes
second
this
down.
tackle. It's now second down, and they're going to call it 10. It's just the ball looks to be like gained inches, so it's second down and 9 3/4 essentially.
Yeah.
Fleming takes the snap. He's got receivers each way. He tries to find his man Logan Shelton, but he drops the pass, unfortunately. Which stops the clock here, 1:17 to go in the first half.
Man, he was open, too. Yeah, he could have maybe made that guy miss and gotten into the end zone, but it at least would have been a nice gain on second down, make it 3rd and short. Stopping the clock is big for Handley to have some time before the half. Try to score again.
So 3rd down and 10 from the Handley 17-yard line. Trips to the near side. Fleming takes a snap. He rolls out. He's going to have to throw it away, and it's nearly intercepted by Tobias Dadisman, but he can't make the catch. The outside linebacker.
There's another sprint rollout, and the offensive line just got blown up on that one. He had a guy in his face pretty much the entire time. Number 65, little Logan Vollmers, was pretty much in his face the entire time he's trying to roll out and throw the ball.
With 1 minute and 12 seconds left, I think you're going to be aggressive here and go for it, unless you're going to pooch punt it.
They are keeping the offense out there.
But they're keeping the offense out there, so it's...
There's no reason to pooch punt it, I'd say, because a touchback actually makes it
Fleming
worse.
takes the snap. He looks to the far side, and his receiver can't make the catch. Pass was intended for Logan Shelton once again. It's a turnover on downs. We haven't seen that for a while for the Appleman.
Appleman failed to convert on 4th down, so the judges will take over.
I mean, you take that. You were at the 17-yard line in the red zone. 4th and 10, you can maybe trot your kicker out there, but even at the high school level, that's about a 34-yard field goal. That's tough for a lot of high school kickers.
Unless you're calling McLaughlin.
It might be tough.
All Berkeley Springs kicking.
It's probably tough for him, too.
Back in the day. We're going to hear from Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline with Coach Thomas here as time expires. When it expires. Appleman on top, 28-21, a minute, 8 seconds to go in the first half. Metzger takes the snap. He's going to throw out to the far side. Ball is in the air. It was free for a second in the air, tip drill kind of thing there. But the pass incomplete once again.
Intended for the judges, number 0, Braylon Miller, incomplete.
Yeah, it's a difficult situation for Handley. 2-minute drill. You're going to have to throw the ball to get the ball down the field and score before the half, and that's only the 3rd pass attempt for Metzger. 4th if you count one that was taken back for a penalty.
Yeah. Metzger has 2 to the far, 1 to the near, and then an H-back, and then he has Emmanuel Luca next to him. He takes the snap. He's looking deep for number 0, Braden Miller. He makes the catch in Appleman territory. There is a flag on the play. Probably coming back for excessive celebration.
It sure is. Yep. That's taunting right there. I mean, great play. Nice throw by Metzger, and mentioned earlier, Braylon Miller is a mismatch outside, 6'6", 218-pound senior, number 0. But he went up and made that catch, and then taunted, made that first down signal right in the face of Musselman.
Unsportsmanlike, 0 white, 15 yards.
I think the catch counts, though.
It does.
So it'll be 15 yards. It'll take them back into their own territory to their own 42-yard line.
Yeah, I think it would have been, it's about a 40-yard catch and then 15 yards backwards from there. So about 25 yards net in the end for John Handley.
52 seconds on a rolling clock. Got a penalty. It's a false start on John Handley. Right guard.
Good ball. Sorry. White. So they get the safety call against the judges.
So Dillon once again shooting themselves in the foot.
Yeah, add up the penalty yardage here. That's their 6th penalty. They've 55 penalty yards so far.
Metzger takes the snap. It's a high snap. He's got to throw to his receiver. He finds his receiver Miller. He's able to get the reception. He's pushed out of bounds at around the 45-yard line. which will stop the clock with 44 seconds to go in the first half. 7-point lead for the Applemen.
Boy, Braylon Miller has been impressive on these last two plays. It's a shame they're running the ball so much and doing it so well. He hasn't gotten a chance to shine.
Metzger takes the snap. He's going to hand it off. Find some room is Luska. He's able to get into Appleman territory, but the clock's going to run. They have one more timeout, so I think they're going to call the timeout. They do take their final timeout.
So that was a direct snap to Luska, and I'm not actually sure that's where it was supposed to be snapped to because of the reaction by Metzger. Maybe that was part of the design of the play, make the defense think that Metzger's fumbled the ball. The ball's on the ground while Luska takes off with it. But either way, it was a nice run of about 13 yards.
Yeah, we're going to keep it here for this one, Dylan. 37.4 seconds to go in the half. It's a 7-point lead for the Applemen. They get it back on the interception return and then the 2-point conversion.
Yeah, it's tough for Handley that they used 2 timeouts early in this first half because they could have potentially run the ball more on this drive like they've had a lot of success doing during this entire game. But it worked out in the end. You had a 40-yard pass. It turned out to be only 25 yards after the penalty, but you worked your way down the field into Musselman territory at least, 37 seconds. You get maybe 10 more yards, and you're probably good for a Hail Mary at least.
First down and 10 from the Appleman 42. 2 to the far with an H-back tight end lined up there. Metzger takes the snap. He's rolling to the right. He's going to run the ball. He's going to find an opening and get pushed out of bounds right around the first down marker.
Tough hit.
28.4 seconds left in the first half. He got out of bounds, so the clock stops.
Yeah, that's good for them.
But I don't know that he got the first down.
He's very close. I'm not sure what
they might be discussing potentially a hit out of bounds.
That's what I thought
it's too
it
far
might be.
and there's a clobber of players for us to see if it would have been a hit out of bounds.
Yes, the far side. So there was a flag thrown. Might be picked up. Signal being made.
It's going back.
There's a flag on that play. The illegal block in the back.
Block in the back. Okay. So that takes them back to the Appleman 42.
A 10-yard penalty on about a 10-yard run. I think they maybe net 1 yard on that one from where they're placing the ball.
It's a 41-yard line. It's first down and 9. Taking the snap is Metzger. He's trying to go. He's got some pressure. He's going to get pushed out of pocket and pushed out of bounds. That is Xavier Pollard, and there's another penalty flag out.
That might actually be the late hit this time. It's just sloppy by both teams here at the end of the half. They're tired. This has been a long half.
It has. I mean, we're an hour and 24 minutes into this half. Or an hour 22 because it started at 7:03.
Particularly tough for this defense, for both teams, really. But 49 points up on the board in the first half.
So I believe it is the late hit out of bounds.
Yeah, the mic is cutting out for the referee, but yeah, it's a late hit.
Late hit out of bounds. Puts the ball up to the 30-yard line with 23.3 seconds left in the first half.
The ball's at the 30 now.
So on the doorstep, I guess walking up the sidewalk to the red zone.
You're at least in range of Metzger being able to throw the ball to the end zone.
Which is what you talked about a moment ago. He's going to take the snap, a little high one. He's going to maneuver around some players. He's going to throw it deep. And Zach Miller is there to break up the pass.
He tried to go for Miller again, just the jump ball. It was a little underthrown. If it was a little better, then maybe he would have been able to go up and high point that ball, but he kind of had to come back to it and try to basket catch it.
It's a second down and 10 from the Appleman 30-yard line with 16.5 seconds left to go in the half. The ball is snapped over the head of Metzger. He can't do anything but sit there, and the clock's going to run out.
I think you go into the locker room now. Well, you kind of have to. You don't have any timeouts.
Yeah. So at the end of the first half, it's 28-21. Musselman on top of John Handley. Looking for Colin to be joined by Brian Thomas, head coach of the Musselman Applemen. Once he gets set up, we will send it down to Colin with Brian Thomas.
Thank you, Spencer and Dylan. Your team in a good old-fashioned shootout so far here in the first half. What have you liked so far, Coach Thomas?
We've kept our heads about us. We've kept fighting and we kept battling so far.
Emotionally, in this first game, your team suffering some cramps right now, too. What are you getting ready to tell them going into the locker room?
We really don't have one cramp. We're really not suffering too bad. But we just got to keep our heads about us and keep playing. We told the kids it's going to be a battle and it's going to be a war. So, we still got a whole.
All right. Good luck in the second half. Coach, back up to you, Spencer and Dylan.
Thank you, Colin. We had some interference there on the mic, but we'll step aside for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll break down the first half. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 2 minutes.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Before the invitations and the dress, the flowers, cake, candles, or vows, there was an answer to a question proposed with a ring.
Bechtel Jewelers knows that an important part of your wedding happens before the I-dos. We're a diamond store with an engagement and bridal jewelry selection that's both exciting and accessible.
On the big day, there's everything else and there's the ring. Make sure you get this one right at Bechtel Jewelers in Inwood.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation, a hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field. It's a 28-21 lead for Musselman over John Handley. Halftime is brought to you by the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm in Martinsburg, where it's about seeking justice for you. Go to wvjusticelawyers.com. Dylan, it was a great first half for the Applemen after, I'd say, halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah, the defense for Musselman was having a lot of struggles, and I don't really just blame that on themselves. I mean, John Handley has some really good athletes on offense in Metzger and Luska and Johnson and Canby. They are really fast and strong, big athletes. But they got it figured out. It started up front on the offensive line. They started to get some penetration. It was harder for those guys to get those holes open and get that big yardage. And things turned around. You got that pick six by Logan Shelton when he got them into a passing situation. Things have turned around. It's still, 49 points up on the board in total in the first half, but promising defense towards the end in that second quarter for Musselman. I think if things continue, they can pull away after Handley had a handle on a lot of this first half.
I like that there, Dylan. Get some first half stats brought to you by the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. They've got you covered if you're looking for any real estate, looking to buy or rent in the Tri-State. Dylan, you got me some first half stats. We'll start with the Applemen.
Yeah, I'm starting to get some things tallied up a little here. But Ian Fleming He started off slow, 3 incompletions on his first 3 passes, but in the end he's 8 for 16 with 170 yards and 3 passing touchdowns in the first half for Musselman. And Sanders has done really well for Musselman. 7 carries for 49 yards. And Logan Shelton has himself a pick 6 and 24 yards on 3 catches and a touchdown. And then Isaiah Beard, 2 catches, 2 touchdowns, 100 yards. So really good first half for the Musselman offense.
I think it's going to be hard later on for you to figure out who's the player of the game.
Honestly, yeah. So
because everybody's got big numbers. We're going to have to see who makes the play when it matters most, I guess. But that will do it here for us. And the first, or at halftime, we'll step aside for a 2-minute break. Then we'll have the scoreboard show back in the studio. Nick Verzolini holding it down. He'll get you scores from around the EPAC with the other EPAC schools that are in play tonight. And then he'll get you some maybe from other around AAA. There are some intriguing matchups that were that happened last night and tonight. He'll be on in 2 minutes. You're tuned into EPAC football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 when the Mansion Friday halftime show continues after this break.
You've been in an accident. The choice of a lawyer may be the biggest decision you make for you and your family's future. At Mansion Ferretti, we offer a free consultation and no fees until we win your case. Call us today and protect your future. Mansion Ferretti, when you need justice.
With 4 new car dealerships and 4 used car dealerships in 3 states, Parsons is the largest used car and fastest growing new car dealer in the tri-state area. Take Parsons Ford with huge savings on hundreds of new Fords, financing from 0%, Parsons' goal of financing for all, and Parsons' famous above-market trade-in allowances that help make Parsons #1 for used cars too. See why so many won't buy anywhere but Parsons Ford in Martinsburg. We became #1 by making you #1 first. Parsons.
W. Harley Miller Systems understands the need and desire for reliable and affordable smart home solutions. Secure your home with a security system and keep a close eye on your family. Automate your home with a Control4 system and have smart technology work as one. Set daily schedules to control your thermostats. Push a button and set the mood for dinner by dimming lights and playing music, or just sit back and enjoy a movie in your own home theater. Put decades of experience to work for you. Visit us at WHMsystems.com or call 304-350-1931. Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
We welcome you into the halftime scoreboard show. I'm Nick Verzolini, your host here at the half. Musselman leading John Handley 28-21. We'll get you some other scores from around the EPAC and AAA. Of course, normally we would have the Martinsburg game, but we do not have tomorrow's game against Clarkson North. You can tune into that one on Flow Sports if you would like to stream it. And, of course, it's available, I know for certain at Ollie's VIP Northside, but there may be some other businesses showing it across the Eastern Panhandle as well. But Martinsburg taking on Clarkson North out of Canada tomorrow, and that is on Flow Sports. You have to pay a subscription to watch that game. So, again, our score here at the half, Musselman 28-21 over John Handley. Other EPAC game, EPAC on EPAC matchup, Jefferson leads Spring Mills 14-0 at the half. Wheeling Park leads Hedgesville 22-0, and Washington Page County haven't found a score for that one. Some other big games going on across the state of West Virginia. Huge rivalry down in the southern part of the state between Huntington and Spring Valley, and the Highlanders lead at 14-0 at the half. Bridgeport all over Buchanan Upshur 41-0. Cabell Midland won last night over George Washington 49-21. Parkersburg South leads Capital 35-6, and Morgantown on top of South Charleston
58-0. Another final from last night. Hurricane beat AA Winfield 63-0. And then the only other game that's really close, well, Spring Mills has made it 21-6 now in the third quarter. But the only other game that's really close here at the half, besides the one that we have, is Hampshire-Preston. That's a 21-20 game. And let's see if there's any update on the Washington game. No update there yet. Wheeling Park is now on top 39-0 over Hedgesville, so looks like the Eagles are going to fall to 0-1 in that one. We'll take a 2-minute break. On the other side of this break, we'll send it back to Spencer and Dylan at Musselman High School as they get you set for the second half. This is West Virginia High School football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV 10.
As a lifelong Jefferson County resident, Paul Espinosa has been a champion for the Eastern Panhandle. Paul is the effective, fiscally conservative voice we need in the West Virginia Senate. He's fought for job creation, student-centered education, the rights of the unborn, protecting our family farms, and was a leader in passing income tax relief for all West Virginians. When residents of the 16th Senatorial District cast their votes for their next senator, the choice is clear. Paul Espinosa for West Virginia State Senate. Paid for by Espinosa for Senate, Mary C. Espinosa, Treasurer.
Hi, it's Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 Spencer Dupuis. When I got into a car accident and needed to get another vehicle, I wanted to go somewhere I could trust. So I went to the Handley Motor Company at 993 Hedgesville Road.
As a first-time car buyer, I really didn't know what to expect. But at Handley, they treated me like family. Every step in the process was seamless. Not only did they give me a great deal, but they also helped me secure an amazing interest rate. Now I know firsthand why Handley has such a great reputation in this community.
I ride with Handley Motor Company, so you should too.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for dollar wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the cornhole tourney, Friday night lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for steak night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome back to Denny Price Stadium. Spencer Dupuis joined alongside Dylan Bishop. Happy to have you with us. Colin McLaughlin down on the sideline. You heard a great scoreboard show from Nick Verzolini, John Arterton, our producer on site. Matt Miller, not forgetting his brother's name once again. Daryl Miller, running cameras. Sorry about that, Daryl. Shout out to them for running cameras tonight. We've got a little bit of time here, about 7.5 minutes. Dylan, we checked the score. You guys heard it. It's 39-0 Wheeling Park on top of Hedgesville. I think we all expected Hedgesville to at least kind of stick around in that ball game, but unfortunately it doesn't look like game one they're able to do that.
It's only week one, but I had a bad feeling about Hedgesville and what they lost, and Wheeling Park's a really good team. I was hoping for their sake that they could stay competitive in that game. I wasn't optimistic about it, but 39-0 was not the score that I would have pictured at halftime. It might be a rough year. It might just be a tough week one. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. We'll see what happens in the second half of that game. Let's look at some other scores from around the area. It's 21-6 entering the third quarter. Jefferson on top of Spring Mills. Spring Mills, obviously, we expected to take a little jump, but Jefferson in control as we speak.
I think if that's the final score, you take that if you're Spring Mills. But we'll see as the game goes on. I mean, in the third quarter, that's not bad. If Jefferson's able to pull away, then you kind of keep your expectations where they were for Spring Mills, but giving up 21 points to Jefferson is nothing to scoff at. only scoring 6 is obviously not great, but if I say again, if that's the final score, I think Spring Mills can be optimistic about this season. I think that's about what you would hope. I think if you lost by 2 scores or less, you were hopeful that that's an improvement.
Yeah, no score reported right now for Washington hosting Page County out of Virginia, as we are on camera via Matt Miller. Shout out the legend, the Hall of Famer Matt Miller. This one, it's 28-21, Musselman on top. We'll step aside for a 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll get you set for second half. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. The Mansion for Eddie halftime show continues after this.
Hi, Crescia Hornby here. Larry DeMarco, broker of Modern Realty Results, believes he has some of the best real estate agents in the Eastern Panhandle. Agents at Modern Realty Results have years of experience and knowledge of the local real estate market. Agents within the office work as a team to provide quality customer service. We strive to always ensure client satisfaction through handling every transaction with honesty and integrity, all while offering competitive rates. Modern Realty Results is veteran-owned and managed. Please call us at 262-4222, modernrealtyresults.com.
We are the Skinner Brothers. Most folks only need a lawyer once or twice in their lives, and when they're injured or in an accident, most people don't know what to do. We get it. It can be overwhelming. Nobody likes to be told, you need a lawyer, but that's why we're here. We want to get you back to your normal life and help you recover. So if you or loved one has been in an accident, give us a call. Let us figure out how we can get you compensation. Reach us at SkinnerWins.com or Google Skinner Lawyers. We'll treat you like family.
Mommy, where does flavor come from?
Well, when people love food, they cook it on a Traeger grill. Meat, corn, even pie. And then the Traeger does the rest, which brings everyone to celebrate this beautiful thing that they've created. Because when you share delicious food with your friends, that's the flavor of life.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field at Denny Price Stadium. Spencer DeVoy joined alongside Dylan Bishop. Happy to have you with us down on the field running a camera, and you heard him interview Coach Thomas. Was Colin McLaughlin. Running cameras tonight is Matt Miller and Daryl Miller. Along with our producer on site is John Alderton. Back in the studio, Nick Verzolini. Here's we are about 2.5 minutes away from second half kickoff. Dylan, what do you want to see from the Applemen going into the second half?
I want to see more of what I saw in the second quarter. I mean, their defense looked really good, and they were able to slow down the Judges from what they had going in the first quarter, running the ball. Just keep slowing down that running attack. If you can, your defensive line can continue to get pressure and penetration, get through those run blockers. Metzger has not really shown an ability to consistently throw the ball. He's only had a handful of attempts. Count things up, he's only thrown the ball 6 times. One of them was a pick 6, though. He's only 3 for 6 in the end. He had that 40-yard pass on that last drive of the half down to Braylon Miller. That's just not their game plan, though. They want to run the ball. And they have been running the ball. They've been doing it pretty well for a lot of the half. Not at the end of it, though. Metzger's got 11 carries. His net yardage for that half ended up being 34 yards. It's hurt by the fact that on the very last snap of the first half, it was a 20-yard loss. Snap went over his head. But Emmanuel Luska has 10 carries for 70 yards. Akambi's got 2 carries for 78 yards and the touchdown on that 80-yard run that he had. Jeremiah Johnson has been good for them, or Josiah Johnson, excuse me. But Musselman's just got to keep that going, keep that run defense going, and the offenses look good.
Got a minute and 8 seconds left on this clock as it will be John Handley to receive the second half kickoff, as Musselman will kick off after receiving the first half kickoff. Obviously, defense for the Musselman Applemen tonight has kind of been a little iffy. We saw the pick 6 early on it was a little tough. It just seemed like to begin things, Handley was handling them easily.
Right. It was that first quarter where it just seemed like they were not able to stop the run. It wasn't until that fumble by Metzger on what should have been about a 20-yard gain going down the field. Ball got punched out. It was a turnover. The game was 21-14. John Handley at that point, and it's been Musselman ever since.
As we get ready for the second half kickoff, is brought to you by Ollie's VIP Northside, the best local spot to catch sports or hang out with friends. Stop by 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. Ollie's VIP will see you for the game. They'll have on their TVs tomorrow the Martinsburg game tomorrow from the Ironton Gridiron Classic. Dylan, it's a 1 p.m. kickoff down in Ironton. Unfortunately, we can't cover it due to Flow Sports having the contract rights, but I know I'll be down at the Ollie's VIP Northside tomorrow watching some high school football.
Right, yeah, it's unfortunate that, our radio broadcast is a simulcast through our television, so what you're hearing on the radio is the television audio. So there's no way for us to only do a radio broadcast like some other people might be able to. So that's why we're not able to cover that game tomorrow. Some people have been confused, saying, why aren't you doing the Martinsburg game? Well, that's why.
Yeah, that is why. If we could be there, we would. We get 2 games on the air this week. But second half kickoff, I guess they're going to delay it another couple of minutes. You know what that means, Dylan? I think we can get a 1-minute break in to get some more sponsors in so we can talk a little bit more during the second half. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we will have second half kickoff. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
This is Eric at Hancock Chevrolet. Over the last decade, the way we buy things have evolved. Now, you get on your phone, click Want It, and it shows up at your front door. At Hancock Chevrolet, it is that easy. We've changed the car buying experience on the I-81 corridor forever. And with a return policy better than Walmart, there's absolutely no reason to buy a new or used car, truck, or SUV anywhere else. Just like Amazon, Hancock Chevrolet will deliver the vehicle to you, where you are, and on your time. And if you don't want it, return it. No questions asked. Why waste your time in a car dealership playing the dumb back-and-forth games? Besides, we hate it more than you do. I assure you, no dealership from Winchester, Virginia to Washington, D.C. will beat our price. No dealership from Cumberland to Baltimore, Maryland will beat our price. And no other dealership will allow you to return it if you don't want it. Hancock Chevrolet absolutely provides the best experience at the best price. Visit HancockChevy.com to schedule your VIP experience. Click on the vehicle you want, and your new ride will be delivered to you at no risk.
See dealer for details.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field. Spencer Boyd, Dylan Bishop, happy to have you with us. We'll get you set for second half kickoff. I was going to say let's impromptu send it down to Colin McLaughlin. But he was down there chatting it up with Brian Thomas, and he's getting some video for us, so we're not going to send it down to him. But, Dylan, it says, I can't see now how much time is left on it, about 30 seconds until kickoff. Obviously, Musselman leads by 7 here. They come back with that interception return for a touchdown by Logan Shelton. Then the 2-point conversion is good to make it a 7-point lead after missing a PAT earlier in the game. I think that 2-point conversion is going to loom large later, that they were able to make it and get ahead 7 rather than not making it and be up.
Yeah, if Handley's able to get their offense back on track and keep this a shootout as opposed to Musselman just pulling away, then, that's going to be big. But I need to see an adjustment from that Handley offense. Musselman's defense started getting things going, and I think we're in danger of Appleman pulling away if the judges – they get the ball back here. They get the ball here to start the half. So that's good. If they can put a good drive together, go down the field, tie the game, or at least get yourself to a 1-point game if you can't get the extra point, whatever, 2-point conversion, whatever you feel like doing down there. But you have a chance to tie the game here, and that can really set things right. Say, okay, let's regroup. 0-0 game. You can go down, score the touchdown, and say, from here on out, we just need more points from this moment. That's all you need.
Wilson Bonham boots it away for the start of the second half, and it's a up further kick fielded at the 26-yard line all the way up to the 34 or 35-yard line. That's where John Handley will start their offensive drive. As Dylan mentioned, he needs to see a little bit more from them. On the offense here, it's Metzger.
They've just been killing themselves with penalties.
Yeah.
You know, about, I think, 70 yards of penalties on 7 of them in that first half.
Metzger takes the snap. He hands it off to Luska. Luska gets it to the outside, to the next level, to the 40, down to the 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown. John Handley, one play. 64 yards and a touchdown run from Luska, and he can do it for you. He's a backbreaker.
Yeah, there you go. That's exactly what they needed. That resets the game right there. I mean, you look at that penalty yardage, and you kind of say to yourself that if they can clean things up there, they can get things back on track because, like I said, Luska and Metzger and Johnson and Akanbi are all really good athletes that have been tough to stop. Some of it's been the Musselman defense getting back on track, but there has been that penalty impact as well.
Penalty,
yeah,
there's a penalty on this play.
Offsides against the Appleman.
Offsides against the Appleman. So re-kick here.
It's a sophomore, Josh Newcomb, kicking for the judges.
PAT is coming up. It's on the way, and it is good.
He's 4 for 4.
4 for 4, 28-28. We'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the impending kickoff. You're tuned into EPAC Football right here on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Mountaineer Grill and Pub offers many daily specials, including Trivia Night Monday, Karaoke Tuesday, Steak Night Wednesday and Sunday, Thursday night Boneless Wing Night, and on Friday and Saturday nights, there'll be a DJ and or karaoke. And remember, Monday through Friday, happy hour, 11 a.m. to 6 p.m., $2 domestic bottles and $2.50 domestic drafts.
Let's go! Drink some beers! Mountaineer Grill and Pub!
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here. Kickoff coming from Newcomb. That kick is rather deep. It's fielded by the up man. He's going to find a hole. He's got a hole all the way down the sideline and into Handley territory. That is Isaiah Beard once again making a great play.
He has just been explosive every time he's touched the ball.
I would like to see, how far of a return. It's going to be about, 40-something yards. You add that to his total yardage. Total yardage tonight is going to be huge.
I've mentioned on the Sports Mix a couple times when it comes to Gavin Young over at Hedgesville, coming over from Berkeley Springs, that when I called his games, it seemed like Gavin Young was a touchdown every time he touched the ball. It's essentially what Isaiah Beard's doing, the same thing. Very similar.
Here for, the spot of the ball at New Ball. We'll get you the third quarter sponsor, sponsored on TV 10 by the Mary Scoop and Ameriprise Financial Advisors, John Everson and Phil McCoy. Stop by 1270 Winchester Avenue in Martinsburg or call 304-263-4343. I bet Phil McCoy is either watching or he's in the crowd tonight. Musselman guy, Phil McCoy is. Fleming takes the snap. He looks left. He's got the rush, and he's going to get sacked. Taken down. It's time by Thomas Thorpe, 5'10" linebacker. I just think there's no one open. He didn't have.
No. There was a free rusher coming off. Combination.
Somebody he could throw.
He tried to hold on to it, kept looking down the field, kept his eyes downfield. That's good, but there was just nowhere to go with it.
We'll get you the other third quarter sponsor later on. It's now Second down and 15 from their own 49-yard line. Fleming takes the snap. Looking left, now coming back right as he's got more rushers down. He's got to throw it away.
Bad.
But it's batted in the air and it's caught. Caught by Braden Miller. What a great play. The tip drill, Dylan. That's what they teach you, right?
Yeah, you got to keep. That's a perfect example of a no, yes.
Yeah.
Play.
It was
right
going
there.
to be third down and 15, and now it's third and manageable.
I mean, it worked out in the end, but Eli Fleming's got to throw the ball away there. It worked out. That's not going to work out every time. It's just not.
So it's now third down and 3 from Handley 38. Braden Miller in motion. They hand it off, and a big hit laid by Emmanuel Luska on Colton Shelton. Fourth down all the way back to the 40-yard line. Loss of 3 on the play. It's 4th and 4. Loss of 2, 4th and 4.
That's huge. That's a huge play, and it sets up a tough 4th down. But I think going forward's the call here. You only get so much yardage on punt.
And you're in
between the 40s.
Between the 40s, a space where you think about going for it a lot. Trips to the far side, one to the near side. Fleming takes the snap. He's looking left. He finds his man over the middle. That's Beard. Beard inside the 30 to the 25 for a first down. Just what you needed, just what the doctor ordered, Dylan.
That play's pretty much been open all night long. That sort of just 10-yard in route, middle of the field.
9:30 on a rolling clock here. First down, knocking on the door of the red zone are the Applemen.
It shows you Handley's probably playing a lot of cover 3. There's not many guys in that middle of the field.
You got trips to the far side, one to the near side. That's Logan Shelton. As looks like Fleming checking the play at the line of scrimmage, perhaps. He brings Sanders to his left. He's going to fake the pass, try to throw it over to Shelton, but it's a little behind him, so it's now second down and 10.
That was just a little off target.
Under 9 to play now in the quarter on a stopped clock after the incompletion. Third quarter is also brought to you on TV 10 by the Larry DeMarco team at Modern Realty Results. If you want to buy a house in the tri-state, they've got you covered. Fleming takes the snap. He looks to the right. He's got Shelton in the end zone. Touchdown, Appleman. A 26-yard touchdown pass from Fleming to Shelton. And just like that, the Applemen are back on top. 8:52 to go, 34-28.
That's a dime right there. That's a dime. And a great catch by Logan Shelton. That's just pitch and catch. That's another play between those two. Which one of those two is your player of the game right now? I don't know, but either way, Musselman offense looks great.
PAT is upcoming from Wilson Bonham. Looks like we got a flag on the field. Are they calling false start on the Appleman? All the way from basically under the goalpost?
False
yes,
start.
They are.
Illegal procedure, false start.
So that takes the Appleman back, but they're still obviously going to kick a point after here. But obviously a procedural penalty, that's something that Coach Thomas is going to not be happy about.
No. Makes it tougher on your kicker.
Ball is down, kick is on the way, and it is good. Bonham makes the PAT. It's 35-28, 8:52 to go in the third quarter. We will step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the kickoff. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
This is Senator Patricia Rucker. My record shows that I have led the fight for legislation to provide opportunity for West Virginians, strengthen families, protect our children, and improve education. But there is more work yet to do. West Virginia is on the rise, but we're still playing catch-up. That's why I'm asking for your vote, so that I can go back to Charleston and continue the progress we have made.
paid for by Rucker for West Virginia. Mike Holtz, Treasurer, rucker4wv.com.
Mayhem is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs. Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field. Impending kickoff is skied high and will be taken and fair caught at the 33-yard line by the judges. And Dylan, that was a very interesting drive for the Applemen, just the scenarios they were put in throughout the drive.
Yeah, there was some tough spots. 4th down, they were able to convert. Again, this is a really impressive, high-powered Musselman offense so far, running the ball and passing. It was early on in the game. It took a little bit for Ian Fleming to get going. First game with the Applemen, first game in this offense, first game in this stadium, but they've gotten it going. Dalton Haynes and Blake Sanders picked up the slack early.
Metzger takes the snap. He hands it off to Luska. Luska gets bottled up for minimal gain. Looks like they're going to give him about one on the play. So 2nd down and 9 upcoming. And we've talked about it. We talked about it all week on the Sports Mix. It was a hybrid wing offense. We didn't know what we were going to see. They're just kind of running run plays. They're trying to transition into a spread offense, but they're running spread but running run plays to keep their identity.
It's reminiscent of, say, early 2010s, late 2000s, Nevada, spread pistol look with Colin Kaepernick at quarterback.
Now they're going to throw a screen pass to the far side. It's caught and taken all the way out. I believe it's Hassan Akanbi with the catch on the screen, and there's a penalty. There's 2 flags fly. All the penalties I feel like have come, most of them tonight, Dylan, have come from that far sideline. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's, we've seen late hit out of bounds.
I think there's been a lot of the action has been on that far side. There's not a whole lot running the ball over to the sideline near us.
We'll see what the call is on the penalty or penalties. It could be offsetting. We don't know that yet. But 7:55 left to go in the 3rd quarter. No movement by either team yet. Refs are still discussing it on the far sideline.
Yeah, we'll see if those are multiple flags for the same infraction thrown by the referees or separate.
Looks like we're getting the call here. So it's on the offense.
The flag had a personal foul against the judges.
Personal foul, so it's coming back. It'll be 3rd down, loss of down.
They continue to shoot themselves in the foot. They can't get anything going on offense if you're just going to keep backing yourself up. The run game has gotten back on track. We just saw a 64-yard touchdown from Luska. And it's hard enough to run the ball when you're in line ahead of the sticks. But now this is an obvious passing situation for a team that's not a passing team.
3rd down and 15 from their own 27-yard line, and we'll see what the judges pull out here. They've got one to the far, one to the far now, 3 to the near. Takes the low snap, some improvisation here. They're going to throw it, and it's over the hands of the outstretched arms of Ryan Stribling, the 5'10 receiver. So now it's 4th down and 15. You got to put it away.
Sideline warning, if not an actual flag from Musselman. I think it's just a warning, though. Yeah, one assistant coach from Musselman was way out on the field. I think it's just a sideline warning.
Well, Each team gets a warning. They hadn't gotten a warning yet.
Yep. The personal foul call that they got earlier, that was apparently on Coach Thomas, wasn't, sideline warning. It was something separate from that.
Yeah. But here we are, 4th down and 15 from their own 27-yard line. Looks like it's Emmanuel Luska back to punt it away.
Timeout, Musselman.
And Musselman will call a timeout here to talk things over. It looked like
I don't know if they were thinking maybe
Shelton
there was
rushing to get, or Logan Shelton was rushing to get to the back for the punt. Obviously not something Coach Thomas liked, and he's over there not happy at all about the alignment of his team.
No, you never want to waste a timeout on a punt return. That's of all places.
Dylan, it's just a one-score game here. Ball is going to go back in the Appleman's hands, barring something crazy here. Trying to make it a two-score game, but it's been a dogfight, I feel like, when it comes to one team scores, the next team scores. One team punts, the next team punts. It just kind of seems like that kind of game, a back-and-forth affair.
Yeah, with how things have gone, it's a crazy amount of time left in this game. You're still only halfway through the third quarter, and with how quickly these teams have been able to score, who knows how many points could get up on the board, how many more touchdowns and possessions in general we could see.
Yeah.
So Musselman could go up by 2 scores here after this next drive, and it's not even close to over.
Luska will punt it away, and Shelton will make the fair catch signal as it pops out of bounds. But they're going to call it 37 is where it appears the line judge is, as Musselman will take over on offense.
But hey, that being said, it's not going to be over if you go up by 2 touchdowns, but that'll be the first time that you've had that lead in this game. And it gives you the opportunity to be in control. If you exchange scores back and forth from there, you will always got yourself the lead in a good position. So see if they can keep things going. It's been a while since Musselman's been stopped.
Fleming takes the snap. He's going to throw a quick pass over to his receiver on the far side. It's a gain of, I'd say, 5+. Trying to see who caught that ball real fast. I think it might have been Logan Shelton, but they were all bunched up over there. Or maybe Isaiah Beard. It was Isaiah Beard.
Him or Zach Miller.
Yeah, they were all bunched up over there, and it looked like one person caught it, then I couldn't tell who. The way we're set up here in the Appleman booth. Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off to his running back, Sanders. He finds a hole. He gets up to the 45-yard line. It will be a 3rd down and manageable. 3rd down and 3. 3-4 yards. 3rd down and 3.
Yeah. That's good. That's what you want. Got yourself. You're in a position here between the 40s again. Probably saying two plays to get 3 yards.
But you want it on the one play.
Of course.
Fleming takes the snap. He's going to run it. Could have saw that with the formation.
That's Miller.
That is Miller. Takes the direct snap and gets past the 50 for a 1st down.
Got himself about 7 or 8 yards there. I think that's the 2nd time we've seen that, or maybe the 3rd, including the 2-point conversion play.
We've got a timeout because we've got a helmet coming off of an Appleman player. That is Drevin McKee, so he's got to come out of the ball game for one play. Safety reasons, they bring in another offensive lineman. So we've got the same formation with 2 backs in front of Miller.
It's a very Tim Tebow, Florida-esque formation here.
Takes a snap, direct snap. He's going to run it. Finds a hole up to down to the 42, 41-yard line. Call it 41. We've got a downed Appleman on the field. Here with
it looks like one of the wide receivers.
5:55 to go in the 3rd quarter.
And it looks
Might
like
be another cramp.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Training staff going out there immediately, stretching out the leg.
That's this time of year. That's what you're going to get, especially your first game back. I mean, you can only do what you can do in scrimmages. Scrimmages aren't real games.
Yeah, you know, it's as tough as a practice might be. You don't plan yourself to be out here for 3.5 hours out in the August weather, the heat. It's hot out today. Even though the sun's gone down, I have to take a look at what the exact temperature is right now. But it's not cool yet. It's not football weather. You don't start to hit that until about October.
Mid to late September.
Yeah, maybe September. Earliest. Yeah. But yeah, you're going to get those cramps. I think we saw that last year in our very first game, Spencer. Washington and Hedgesville. I think they had to stop that game about what felt like 6, 7, 8 times for cramps in the second half.
That is Isaiah Beer.
That's 79 degrees right now in Inwood.
But it's a musty, humid 79 degrees.
Yeah,
Missed the little pop-up storm that passed by potentially some of the broadcast area tonight.
Yeah, it's a gross 79 degrees. That's how I call it.
Well, it's gross in the press box. It could be a little bit.
Yeah, maybe it's just the press box. I mean, we're out here don't get much breeze coming in here.
Same formation with Zach Miller in the backfield. It's like Eli Fleming just standing on the sideline. Maybe they see something that they want to exploit in the second half with this defense.
Well, there's something they exploited.
There you go, a penalty. Get them the first down.
Yep, got him on the fake snap there, and get yourself the first down. Again, it's just have to add up the penalty yardage again. They had themselves 70 already. I think they're at 90 now on 9 penalties.
Coach Smith is not going to like that. Jake Smith taking over the John Handley program this offseason from Sherando as coach left from Handley, but a program that was a pretty good program. As Zach Miller takes the snap, he is pushed back by none other than Emmanuel Luska. We've called his name probably 50 times tonight.
Yeah, definitely the best player on the field for John Handley. Just making plays, making plays on both sides of the ball. Great running back, really good off the edge as a linebacker. Or I don't know if they list him as a linebacker or if they actually list him as a safety.
Now we see Fleming back in the game at quarterback with 3 to the far, trips to the far, 1 to the near. That's Shelton to the near. Fleming will take the snap. He's going to fake the handoff, and he's going to go nowhere. Hopefully he didn't get hurt on that as he kind of stepped in.
That was weird as he tried to plant his foot in the ground and stop his momentum.
Shout out Tommy Beard sending us some score updates. It appears Jefferson's on top 21-12 with 7:40 left in the contest. Is that game going a lot faster than this one? We're still with 4:30 left on a rolling clock in the third.
All right, the optimism for Spring Mills might have been warranted.
Fleming takes the snap. He's going to look down the field. That one nearly picked off, intended for Braden Miller.
Yeah, luckily in the end, he threw that ball where no one could get it. But if you're going to throw in completions, you want them to be ones where only your receiver or no one is going to get the ball.
And Logan Shelton is limping off the field. I'm not sure they got 11. Now they do.
Well, hopefully that's just another cramp. But
Blake Sanders will line up at receiver for this play. Yeah, it's probably another cramp.
He's falling to the ground.
He's falling to the ground like it was a cramp, and they're stretching him out.
They're dropping like flies on the Musselman sideline.
It is 4th down, so it will be a punt. Miller will punt it away, boot it away. What a good boot taken by Luska inside the 10.
Ooh.
That block in the back.
It's not a block in the back, but it'll be a blindside block.
Blindside block, and then we got another penalty flag coming down. I think it might have been on Miller at the 20 or 34-yard line. So 2 flags on the play. If it's offsetting, we might have to punt it again. We're going to have to see a punt again.
That's what it seems like. It'll be offsetting. Big hit late on the block by Handley. It seemed like Zach Miller might have gotten some frustration out on the other end of the play after the punt.
Well, I don't know, because they're not moving it. I guess the line judge or the crew, the chain gang hasn't moved yet, which is
He might just offset, put the ball
Personal fouls
where
against
the
each
play
team.
ended.
They all set, but then there's a third foul or first collar by the judges.
There's 3 penalties, 2 on John Handley. The third one's a horse collar.
Yeah. So they'll start in the
That's why
shadow of their own end zone.
Yeah, this is within the 10-yard line.
The shadow
within
of
the
their
5.
own. Yeah, I believe it'll be spotted at 4 or 5 yard line.
The 4 or 5, yeah, maybe 4.5, just shy of the 5-yard line.
Way off. Blindside block, white half the distance.
So they're calling the blindside block after the 2 play. So I think the one down here with Zach Miller was offsetting, and then they're saying that blindside block is that third penalty. All right, so in the shadow of their own end zone at their own 5, Mess can't go anywhere, and he's taken down right at the line of scrimmage.
Well, now that we see Handley coming back out and running the ball like they are, essentially we saw that little bit of a package from Musselman with Zach Miller at quarterback, kind of running the Handley offense in a way, just packaged heavier, tighter. And Metzger's kind of doing the same thing on the other side. But only a yard there. If that. I don't think he got any.
2 to the far, 1 to the near. He takes the snap. He's looking to throw. He's got a wide open man in the middle of the field, but he overthrew his intended receiver
For the judges, number 8.
Hassan Akambi.
Hassan Akabai. Incomplete.
Incomplete, so now it's 3rd down and 10 from their own 5-yard line. If you're Handley here, you want to get some yards because you don't want to punt out of your own end zone.
Yeah, this
could be brutal.
If this is the last play before a punt, no matter what, this is tough.
But they're going to throw, find his man wide open. I think they're going to stop him.
Short. He's very close.
Very close. That was caught this time by Akambi. They are moving the chain, so a 10-yard pass. Is that like the second completion or third?
The judges.
5th. Second of the half.
Second of the half. So 3:10 on a rolling clock left in this third quarter. 1st and 10 from their own 15-yard line. 3 receivers to the far. Looks like you have an H-back off the end, and then their running back lined up next to Metzger as he changes the play at the line. And this is that hybrid wing where they're going to run it out of a spread offense type, and he's going to go nowhere, maybe gain an inch or 2 a yard.
Kept there by the
2nd down and 9.
Judges number 5,
the 16-yard line.
Stopped by the center of the Appleton line.
Musselman's getting better at defending that. They're still having some trouble with Leska, but Metzger has not really gotten a whole lot going, really, since he fumbled the ball on that 20 or so yard run. He had an 11-yard run since then, but not much else.
And he takes the direct snap again. He runs. He runs through the offensive line, gets a few yards on the play, I think up to the 20. So the 3rd
kept
down.
there by the judges number 5, Christian Messinger.
And 5.
Stopped by the Appleton's number 88, Corey Wolfson.
3rd down and 5.
Brings up 3rd down.
As they continue to run the ball, clock keeps winding down. We're under 2 minutes in the third quarter. Musselman's starting to run the ball more. I think that Zach Miller package we saw was designed to run some clock out.
And they're going to throw a screen pass to number 0, Bray Lundmiller, and he gets a huge gain. And I feel like they're underusing him tonight. He is a 6'5", 218-pound receiver. And he just towers over all the Musselman defenders, it feels like.
6'6", even.
6'6".
It's just this isn't really a passing team, but that's the first time they really tried to get him like a screen pass in that way. And that was a great blocking on the tunnel screen.
So it's now 1st down and 10 from their own 37, and Metzger's going to run again. There's a penalty probably in the area of a
kept there by the judges number 5, Christian Metzger. There is a flag on the play. Holding Judges.
It is a holding, so it'll be coming back.
Man. Handley, I mean, they probably still have this game tied or even the lead if it weren't for having so many penalties. On the other side, Musselman's had 4 penalties, add up to 40 yards, and 2 of them were 15-yarders. But John Handley, 20, 30, 35, 50, 55, 65, 80, 85, 95 yards of penalties.
First down and 15. A low snap once again. Metzger's going to throw it over to Akembe, and he finds a hole out down the sideline to the 50, down to the 40. Jukes a man inside the 40, and he's trying to be arm tackled, but he can't. He gets down inside the 30. And Nathan Dunham was, for the Appleman, was trying to pull him down by his arm, but it wasn't working, Dylan.
No, Canby was just too short down like that. Wow. That was a broken play.
Oh. All that for nothing. It's coming back once again.
What did I just say? Handley would probably at least be tied or have the lead if it weren't for all of these I was literally just counting up 95 yards of penalty yardage. And we see it again. It's killing them.
And we talked to Coach Thomas yesterday, Dylan, after we got off camera, and he said, I think we should fare well if we don't make the more mistakes.
And that's absolutely how this is going so far.
Yeah.
Like I said, 40 penalty yards, but only 4 of them. That's the, I believe, 10th penalty now.
And when it's tight games
11th?
like that, obviously that bodes into, or kind of that factors more into things. If it's a one-score game right now, under a minute left to go in the third quarter. The fact that it's, 10 penalties you said now?
11 now.
11
That was
now.
the 11th.
So they've got trips to the near side with a tight end on the far side. They're going to run the ball once again on first down, try to gain some yards. It's up to the 30 or 26, excuse me. So second down in the country mile.
Now, I assume they'll try to get in one more play before the quarter ends.
Judges number 5, Christian Messinger.
They kind of have to. When you're a running team like this, you kind of have to start watching the clock a little earlier than you normally would.
Metzger takes the snap. He rolls to the far side. He's going to keep running. He's going to find a hole, and he's going to get pushed out of bounds by Braden Miller with 7.1 seconds left in the quarter.
Ball kept there once again by the judges number 5. Christian Messinger run out of bounds on the far sideline to bring up third down.
So third down from the original line of scrimmage here, which was like a while ago at this point. So third down and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Final play of the quarter, most likely, 7.1 to go. Metzger takes the snack, another cream pass, but it's batted up by Woolston. It's grabbed in the air by 54, Deshaun off it, and that's the way the quarter will end, heading to fourth down, and the Appleman faithful are cheering here, Dylan. As we head to the fourth quarter, we'll step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll have the start of the fourth quarter. After this 60-second break, you're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio, WRNR and TV10, back at 60.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Ollie's VIP North Side is the best spot to catch all your favorite teams. Join us Monday for Dollar Wings and Monday Night Football, Thursdays on the patio for the Cornhole Tourney, Friday Night Lights with happy hour specials, or Saturdays during or after the college games for Steak Night. Get a ribeye or New York steak for just $26.95. Ollie's has great food and drink menus too, along with 17 TVs to watch any game of your choice from anywhere at the bar or their outdoor patio and fire pit. So stop by and see for yourself today at 36 Veronica Drive in Martinsburg. That's Ollie's VIP North Side. We'll see you for the game.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field at Denny Price Stadium as we begin the fourth quarter. It's a 4th down and 12 from their own 36, as we would assume they would punt the ball here. But it is kind of within the 40s, Dylan. But it's a 4th down and 10.
There's just not a lot of time left.
They're going to throw the ball deep down the field. And it's incomplete. Intended for a Canby, but you'd think there'd be a penalty there. Dylan, you were calling for one.
It was iffy. And my first instinct was that might have been pass interference, but I think it's pretty good defense there by Peyton Galladay. It's tough against Miller. But that was just a heave, a prayer. Like I said, when you're a team that runs the ball like Handley does, you got to start watching the clock sooner than some teams would. That's a tough situation here, especially with how the offense of Musselman's been going, punting the ball to them, especially how Musselman's running the ball.
Yeah.
We saw that last drive. Zach Miller was able to churn a lot of time off the clock in those direct snap packages.
Musselman, though, gets the ball. Is really gifted the ball with great field position here.
This could be the nail in the coffin drive.
At the Handley 36, it's the 1st down and 10. 2 receivers each way, and Dalton Haynes in the backfield. And there's a pre-snap penalty. See what it is.
It was as soon as the ball was snapped.
What is it? See any? Here we go.
Illegal substitution.
Illegal substitution. Huh. So, Dylan, is that the 12th penalty now?
Sure is.
You can't win games with 12 penalties. Well, I mean, you can, but you shouldn't.
It's hard.
You shouldn't win a game with 12 penalties.
It's incredibly difficult when you do that to yourself.
1st and 5 at the 31-yard line. Fleming takes the snap. He's looking left. He's looking right. He's trying to buy some time. He finds Dalton Haynes, but underthrown. It's now 2nd and 5. Fourth quarter brought to you on TV 10 by W. Harley Miller Systems, providing custom integration services like home and office automation, home theater, networking, audio-video distribution, and more. Call 304-350-1931 or visit WHMsystems.com.
110 penalty yards from John Handley on 12 penalties.
They're going to be running some sprints on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Fleming takes the snap, feeling the pressure. He's going to roll out. He's going to tuck it, but he's going to try to throw it away, and he does get it away just in time. But Emmanuel Leska everywhere on all facets of the game tonight.
Yeah.
Forces him to throw it away.
On a field full of really good athletes, he might be the best one.
Looks like we've got a timeout because we've got an injured, or at least a cramped up Appleman, it appears.
Yeah, off on the Handley sideline.
We will step aside for a 60-second break. When we come back, we'll return to action right here from Waldeck Field on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10.
Radon is the 2nd leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Have you been smoking? I can smell it. Hickory. I'm gonna watch you smoke the whole pack.
Shop now and save at Orsini's today.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field as we get you back into action. I think it's just cramps over on the sideline, but I'm not sure. They do get him up. They get him out of the field or out of the kind of onto the track area. Dylan trying to figure out who it is.
It's Isaiah Beard.
Isaiah Beard. He's been cramping up earlier.
Yep.
So hopefully it's just a cramp. But it's now 3rd down and 5 from the Handley 31-yard line.
Yeah, I think he's just cramping up over there.
Yeah. As we still have not returned to play. In this one. 9:32 here on Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg. And on TV 10, Comcast Channel 10. I think they're trying to get him further off the field before this happens.
Yeah, they have an official running over there. That's Musselman sideline firing up the crowd.
Yeah.
On 3rd and 5.
I think they're trying to get him onto the track area.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
Because I think if he's in the grass, that's a safety issue.
Yeah, because obviously a play, not even a late hit, but just the guy's momentum taking them out of bounds could get him in the way. Or he could be in the way of that, and they could run into him.
Fleming with 2 to the far and 1 to the near, takes the snap. He hands it off to his running back.
Sanders
breaks free to the 5, end zone, touchdown, Appleman, a 31-yard rush for Blake Sanders, the sophomore. It's 41-28, Appleman.
And he's up over 80 yards rushing now. He's been great. He didn't start. Dalton Haynes was your starter at running back, but Blake Sanders has done really well, even better than Haynes. He's done fantastic. A hole opened up on the right side, and he got that burst to hit the second level, and then the third, and he was off to the races.
Well, 11:29 to go in the contest, 41-28. PAT is botched snap, and it's taken. I believe it was taken by John Handley. I believe that was by Josh Newcomb. No, that's wrong. Excuse me. That was Thomas Thorpe. Had the wrong 40-42. But it's now 41-28, 11:30 to go in the contest. We'll step aside for a 30-second break. When we come back, we'll have the ensuing kickoff. You're tuned into EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 30 seconds, Nick.
Remember when you were a little kid and saw your first deer?
Oh, how cute.
As an adult, maybe you've had a different experience.
Where'd that come from?
Bambi mess up your dream machine? Call Cody's Auto Body today at 304-901-4777 and get the work done right the first time. Cody's Auto Body, 851 Wilston Street in Martinsburg, has a team of auto body professionals with a lifetime of experience putting your ride back together again, regardless of how it got that way. Cody's Auto Body.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here as we get you set for the kickoff. We got a penalty. No, there's something on the field. There's a towel on the field. That one taken by one of the up man. That one by L.J. Williams. At the 33-yard line. We got a final score report from Jefferson County as in the Terry Ray era. Washington starting out 1-0 with a 49-6 victory over Page County out of Virginia.
That's a lot of reason to be optimistic. That's really good stuff there from Terry Ray. Like I said, he had a really good season 2 years ago by Berkeley Springs standards. They had a lot of talent over there that they lost, only won 2 games last year. But heck, by my experience, even 2 games at Berkeley Springs is pretty good.
Taking the snap was Metzger, handing it off. That's to, I believe it was to Braylon Miller, and no, that was Emmanuel Liska, and he's taken down after a gain of just 1.
We're down by 2 scores with 11 minutes left. When you're a running team, you start to panic a little bit.
I believe the last score update from Jefferson Spring Mills, 21-12 late in the fourth quarter. Bobbled snap. Leska takes it, tries to go around the outside. He's taken down right at about the original line of scrimmage from this first and 10 here. Now it's 3rd down and call it 9. They're going to say they're going to give him forward progress back to the line. Dylan, a lot of interesting scores in the EPAC tonight.
Yeah, the Spring Mills being very competitive with Jefferson is a really good sign for them. I'm not too surprised by it. I kind of expected Jefferson to win by about 14 or so, maybe 14 or 17, which, you know, if there's still a little bit of time left in that game, you never know how it could go. But I think that's really good sign for Spring Mills. They got that experience, most experienced quarterback in the EPAC, and Jefferson, you know, is a good team. Maybe it's a little bit of a down year for Jefferson. I mean, you never know. It's week one, but I think Jefferson's got themselves a good squad. So I think it's more so a reason to be positive about Spring Mills than being negative about Jefferson.
Yeah, and obviously it's just week one. Things can change from week 1 to week 10.
Absolutely. College football coaches and probably I think even high school coaches will tell you the biggest improvement is between week 1 and week 2. Because you get that first game out there and you finally see things on the field for the first time. There is no preseason. You can do scrimmages, but it's not quite the same.
10:23 to go in this one, 41-28. Musselman on top of Handley. 3rd down and 10 from their own 33-yard line. Trips to the far side, or to the near side, one to the far side. They're going to throw the screen, and broken up by Troy Wollaston.
He at least really disrupted that and almost got a hand on it. If not, if he didn't actually get a hand on it,
I think he got a hand on it. He might have picked it off.
He really soared for that one.
Yeah, and that's what Troy Wollaston's going to do. He didn't get to see it for a full season last year as he hurt a knee, and that stopped him from playing basketball for most of the year. But he's such a fierce competitor. I believe he made 2nd team All EPAC after coming in with a month left to go in the season in basketball, and he's ready to go for a full season, his senior season of football.
Yeah, his hustle and rebounding and all that in basketball was infectious for that team. They really flipped things around once he came back from that injury.
So they're going to punt here, a low snap, bobbled snap, and it's going to have to be punted by Williams. It's a short punt at the 50. I think it'll stay in Handley territory, and it'll be spotted at the 49, I believe. That was a bad snap and a bad punt.
Yeah, and it's good field position for Musselman to, kind of thought maybe the last touchdown could be the dagger. There is still 10 minutes left. Now, as much as John Handley has been running the ball,
I think we see Musselman start to chew some clock here.
Right. As much as they've been running the ball, they've been explosive running the ball, so they can get 2 scores quick just like that. They have 64-yard and 78 or 80-yard touchdowns.
Just like that, they hand it off to Sanders, I believe. Yep, Sanders.
As they should. He's been great.
Trying to get a hundo on the day.
He's getting close. Got himself about 5 or so yards on that one. He's up over 80, even before that one. But yeah, this should be to run some clock down, and you can really probably put this game away for sure. Run a good amount of clock and get into the end zone.
Trips to the near side, one to the far. It's 2nd down and 4. Handing it off once again to Sanders. Sanders breaks a couple of tackles into the next level, and it's a 1st down inside the 35-yard line.
He's a tough runner, man. Runs kind of upright, they got that high shoulder pad level. Kind of runs upright, but sometimes, he's able to lay down that shoulder at the end, stays balanced, that lower body strength.
10-yard gain for him as he's almost to 100.
I got to do some math, but he might be there.
Trips to the far side, one to the near as they're running out of this trips formation.
96 yards for Blake Sanders.
Fleming takes the snap. He dropped back. He looks for Shelton. He's going to drop it in the pocket, but he couldn't complete the catch. It was going to be a 33-yard touchdown pass from Fleming to Shelton, but just couldn't come down as the cornerback came in there and kind of batted the ball around.
Really tough throw to try to complete there, but he's made better ones tonight. It's just a little underthrown. Logan Shelton had to come back to it a little bit, but it was good defense there by Kaplan Ambrose for Handley.
2nd down and 10 from the Handley 33-yard line, up 41-28 with 8:56 and counting left. Sanders gets blown up. They'll push the ball back to the 35. This will be third down and might be to the 35. It'll be third down.
About 12.
12.
I mean, if Handley has any shot at getting back in this game, you got to end this drive right now. You give up this first down, that's probably another 2 minutes. So you can wind down all the clock. You'll get under 6 minutes left. As Musselman gets closer to the end zone, you got to stop him right here.
Trips to the near side, one to the far. Fleming looking in the middle of the field. He's got Shelton. He bounces off of Luska. And he nearly gets to the first down marker.
Flag.
There should be a flag on the play. So he gets thrown down at the end of the play after they already blew the whistle.
Well, I don't know if it'll be. There was one already down. That's the one that I was calling out, right at the 35-yard line on the far side. Might be a hold, bringing it back third and even longer. Ineligible receiver downfield, I believe.
Yep, ineligible receiver. It'll take it back. Be a third down and country mile.
They were found in the women's bathroom.
So we've got here. We've got a third down. They're trying to sort out the penalty here. So they're going to push it back here on this one. I think it'll go back to, say, where are they putting it? At the 40-yard line. So it'll be third down and 17. Third down and 17 from the 40. Fleming takes the snap. He's looking left. He's trying to find Shelton, but it's overthrown.
Yeah.
So it'll be a fourth down here inside the 40, but it's a fourth and 15.
Yeah, you're at the 40-yard line, fourth and 15. I'd probably punt this. And I think that they're going to, yeah.
Pooch punt it, get them.
There's just not really, there's not really any reason to risk giving Handley a shorter field at the 40-yard line or better.
You're up 2 scores.
Mm-hmm.
You're up 13. Why not just punt it away? Try to keep them inside their own 20.
That's the right call.
8:05 left to go in this contest. And that one's booted away by Miller. Punted and it's taken, but the ball's dropped. And I think Musselman has recovered the fumble. And it'll be Appleton football inside the 10-yard line. And Musselman say they have it.
The referees have signaled it, yep.
Recovered by Anthony Cornell, the senior.
All according to plan right there.
I was going to say.
Punt to win. The Iowa football special.
That flips what everybody was thinking was going to happen. They were going to punt the ball. It was going to be a Handley possession inside their own 10-yard line, but that's not the case. Musselman can go and add another score here.
Once again, we have the first Parsons up here at the press box.
But now you got first and goal right at the 10-yard line, and this is your chance. Punch it in and probably secure yourself the win. And they'll go back to that Zach Miller formation.
Zach Miller takes the snap. He's trying to find a hole, but he's taken down by a gang of Handley defenders, including L.J. Williams.
I wonder if you run this formation down by the goal line, do you consider maybe a jump pass as a kind of a trick play at any point here? You probably don't do that until maybe you get to the 1 or 2 yard line.
Well, you're also up by a lot.
You are, but what's one incompletion? You know, it's only about 30, 40 seconds. You'd save by not risking.
Botched snap.
So much for that.
And Miller has to dive on it. And now it's third down and long. You put Fleming back in the game here to make it fourth, and hopefully get in the touchdown. I mean, it's 19 yards. It's 3rd and goal from the 19-yard line. I mean, you want to get maybe 10 yards of chunk play, make a chip shot field goal for your high school kicker.
Yeah, I think that's you send somebody to the end zone, but you have someone underneath try to get to about the 5 to 10 yard line.
Fleming takes the snap. He's looking for his running back, Sanders. Sanders to the outside. He gets inside the 10, trucks the defender, and he's inside the 10 near the 5-yard line after Sanders trucked the defender. He's well over 100 all-purpose yards.
That's his first reception. I think they got him down to about the 7-yard line. And let's see. It looks like field goal unit coming out.
The field goal unit comes out. They're in the lead, 41-28.
This can be a big difference.
To go.
This can be 6.5 minutes left. You get these 3 points. It puts you up by 16. So then Handley would have to score 2 touchdowns to get a 2-point conversion on both of them just to tie the game.
It's Bonham to kick. That ball is up.
Got it.
And it's good. 44-28. Musselman continues to add on to his lead here with 6:34 to go. We will step aside for a 60-second break. We come back, we'll return to action here with the 4th quarter beginning to wind down. You're tuned in to Impact Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. Back in 60 seconds.
I'm Jonathan Bodwell, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare and life insurance agency. We are here to help you navigate the Medicare maze. We represent all of the major carriers, and you do not pay any more to go through us than if you go directly through a carrier. But if you go through us, you have a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs, not a voice that could be in some other part of the world. Bodwell Insurance Solutions, your local Medicare agency. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or 304-283-0864.
The Palace Lounge in Martinsburg is the place to be. Join us every night to relax and enjoy football or basketball games featuring either the Martinsburg Bulldogs, Shepherd University Rams, or West Virginia Mountaineers. We will have steak night every Wednesday, trip nights every Thursday, and now taco and margarita nights every Tuesday. You can find us on Facebook or call 304-267-7520. The Palace Lounge is located at 1350 Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg.
Welcome back to Waldeck Field here as Musselman will boot it away. It'll be fair caught for, I believe, at the 40-yard line by L.J. Williams. Dylan, it's been just, honestly, I feel like after the, halfway through that first quarter, it's been almost like an offensive masterpiece when it comes to players getting the ball and getting yards. Like filling up the stat sheet the Applemen have tonight, I guess is a good way to put it.
I think they've had 1 turnover on downs and 1 punt.
Yeah.
Since the very first possession of the game where they went 3 and out and botched the snap on the punt. So, yeah, it's been great.
Metzger takes the snap. He's going to pass it to Braylon Miller, the big 6'6" receiver.
It's a whole team effort to try to tackle him.
I mean, that guy's got to have some D1 offer somewhere, right? He's got the length.
On size alone, you'd think he's at least a D2 guy,
I mean, 6'6", 218. Receiver DB for the John Handley Judges. Now it's 2nd down and short. 2nd down and 2 from their own 38-yard line. Metzger takes the snap. He's looking deep once again to Miller. He's got some steps, and he's got the catch. To the 10, 5, touchdown, John Handley. It is are they calling it back? No, it is a touchdown. It is a 62-yard pitch and catch from Metzger to Miller, and Miller got the ball about 20 yards away and did the rest.
As soon as we talk about him, he's now at 141 yards on 5 catches and that touchdown. He had a 40-yarder earlier, 23-yarder, and he just burnt his man on the outside that time. Has the speed to go with the size.
The PAT is coming up here. It's now 44-34, 6:19 to go.
Gotta go for 2.
And they're going to go for 2 here. Metzger takes it. And he can't get away from the wall. Logan Shelton comes up and spins him to the ground. The Two-point attempt is no good. 6:19 to go. We'll step aside for a 30-second break. When we come back, we'll have the impending kickoff. You're tuning to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV10. Back in 30 seconds.
When will I be able to retire? How do I make the most of the money I have? How do I leave a lasting legacy to my loved ones? I'm Philip McCoy, financial advisor with the Mirius Group, a private wealth advisory practice of Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated. Call us today at 304-263-4343 to help you make the most of your financial future. Our office is located at 1270 Winchester Avenue, Martinsburg, West Virginia.
Ameriprise Financial Services Incorporated, member FINRA and SIPC.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field as we get you set for this kickoff. 6:19 to go in the contest. Handley trying to make it interesting, still a 10-point ball game though.
I mean, they got the quick strike that they needed, but they're still, after that, because of that field goal that Musselman just added on their last drive, even after the touchdown, they couldn't get the 2-point conversion, so they're still down by 2 possessions with 6 minutes left. So I think you got to go onside kick here. And that's what it seems like they're lining up for.
Yeah, I mean, you got to. Your time's running out in the contest.
And with the way that Musselman's offense has been tonight, 44 points, you can't trust your defense to get out there and get these stops in this short amount of time.
And there it is, the onside kick. Skipped it into the hands of an Appleman, and he goes down, and it will be Appleman possession at their own 44-yard line. I believe that was Nathan Dunham. So 6:17 to go in the contest. You got to run it, but you got to get some positive yards.
They've done a good job so far of running the ball all game long. Blake Sanders almost at 100 yards. He's at 94 now after a 2-yard loss in his last one. Zach Miller's done a pretty good job on those direct snaps and the heavy package.
Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off. Time again, it's Sanders, and we got penalties all over the field.
They might have been grabbing at his face mask.
Yeah. We got 2 penalty flags down on the play. I think 3, actually. There's one.
3 refs threw flags.
Yeah.
I think it's all for the same one. That's the story of Handley's night. 3 refs throwing a flag at the same time. I think that's their 13th.
It's a face mask. That's
13th penalty for 125 penalty yards.
You're running out of space on your paper.
I absolutely am.
So there's the face mask.
It was a pretty nice run by Sanders even before the penalty.
It's a 15-yard penalty, I think.
Yeah, so they're at about the 35 now. Clock starts again.
Clock starts. It'll roll under 6 minutes to go with a 10-point lead for the Applemen. Sanders, the sophomore, continues to be in at running back as he'll likely get the carry here. Waiting for the play call from the sideline. Fleming with 2 receivers to each side. Takes a snap, hands it off to Sanders. Sanders breaks through the first set of holes, and he gets down to the, 26-yard line for a
carry there by the Appleman's number 30, Blake Sanders.
Gain of 9.
So now there you go, 103 yards on the day for Blake Sanders.
Williams.
And I'll tell you what.
On 13 carries.
He's the backup running back, but obviously Haynes had to come out a lot due to cramping.
Yeah.
So I don't think going into this game, if you're the sophomore Sanders, you thought you were going to be getting over 100 yards on the ground.
No, and you saw the same from Isaiah Beard, who I can see moving around gingerly on the sideline. So
hand off again to Sanders, and he gets taken down. First there was big 54. Jashawn Offit, 6'4", 325 defensive lineman. As the clock now rolling under 4:45 to go. As they continue to milk the clock in the final moments of this game, up 44-34. Clock now under 4:30 to go.
Almost got him to jump.
As they await the play call from the sideline.
Looking back, try to check, see if they want to change the play.
taking the snap. It's a low snap. Fleming's got to keep it himself, and he's able to gain a few yards down to the 22-yard line, 23-yard line for a first down.
It was a broken play. The snap just kind of came down low on the ground, but it allowed Sanders to act as a lead blocker.
So we've got a first down and 10 at the 23-yard line. Under 4 minutes to go, the clock now rolls. 2 receivers each way. They're awaiting, trying to get him to jump again, but the play call comes in. Just letting the clock roll now to 3:45 on the clock. This is now headed off to Sanders. Sanders around the outside. Oh. The ball is out. Ball goes out of bounds, though, so it's going to retain Appleman possession. But it was squirted out there.
Lucky break there. I mean, it still would have been tough for Handley to come back, even if they got the ball right there, but it would have been one last-ditch effort. I think the ball going out of bounds saves you a little bit of time at least, but you're at second down, or first down, actually. The ball went out of bounds after a first down.
So it'll be first down and 10 from the 13-yard line. They can get another first before it turns in.
Yeah, hypothetically, you can at least
run the rest of the clock out.
You can run the rest. You can run about 2 minutes down.
Hand it off again to Sanders. He's up the middle. He's going to gain a few yards to make it second down and probably 7 or 8. I think Handley has called the timeout.
They had 2. They've had 2 to use in their back pocket this whole drive. They used one earlier in the half, so this is the spot to use it now. If you can hold Musselman to just a field goal, that's your one last-ditch hope, because you'd only be down by 13. You get maybe a quick strike touchdown like you just did on your last drive. Onside kick, get the ball back, try to do the same thing. It's still very unlikely, the way that they've been passing the ball so far. Outside of that last one, Braylon Miller's been great. But
all right, fourth quarter brought to you on TV 10 by Orsini's Home Store. They're not just an appliance store any longer. Dylan, you can now buy your Traeger grills at Orsini's at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or online at Orsinis.com. Thank you to all our sponsors tonight. As we get ready to start this football season, we'll have the Palace Lounge postgame show immediately following the final whistle. So clock is stopped with 3:29 to go. It is second down and 8 from the 13-yard line. Or make that probably, what, 11, I think?
About the
12-yard line. Hard to see exactly from our vantage point. Fleming takes the snap, hands it off to Sanders. Sanders able to break a few tackles and bring the pile down inside the 5. There's a penalty, and the ball is the
whistle has not blown.
Whistle has not blown, and they're down inside the 5 near the goal line. There is a penalty on the play though, so this clock will stop with 3:17 to go.
There is a flag on the field.
See what it is. I assume this is going to come back for a hold. The sideline.
Sideline warning against the Appleman.
Sideline warning.
How do you get that on that play?
That was thrown from the back judge. It's their second sideline warning. Regardless, it was a good run. Another good run by Sanders. Got him inside. I mean, it took forever for them to blow the whistle. Sanders just kept churning. It's been almost impossible for the first contact to bring down Blake Sanders tonight.
It really has. The ball go back. Take that one off the board. I think that was not a warning. I think they actually gave them.
Yeah, it was. They had already gotten a warning.
Yeah, they gave. That's what I was thinking. I was like, they already gave him a warning tonight. So it is second down and 10 from the 13-yard line. Fleming takes the snap, hands it off to Sanders. Sanders is around the outside. He's inside the 10.
Ball carried there by the
near the
number
5.
30, Blake Sanders.
So I believe Handley's called their final timeout. We will take one with them. We'll be back here in a minute. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10 back in 60 seconds.
Mail is everywhere.
I'm your new bangs, and you can't stop staring at me. That's it. Just tilt the rearview mirror over here. And while you're checking me out more times than a library book, your car is wandering into that lane over there. More bangs? Neat. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you could be paying for this yourself. So get Allstate.
Call Martinsburg Allstate agent Gary Kelly today at 304-263-4596.
After a car accident, what do you get when you call Mansion Ferretti?
You get more experience from a local law firm with over 115 years of combined service.
More respect from a team who treats clients like their own family.
And more fight, because we want you to get every dollar you deserve.
Experience, respect, results. If you've been injured, that's what you want in your lawyer.
And that's what you'll get when you call us. Car accident? Get more with Mansion Ferretti. 304-264-8505.
Deck Phils, we reached the 10 p.m. hour here on Talk Radio WRNR Martinsburg, your local talk news and sports leader. Also on Comcast Channel 10 in Berkeley and Jefferson counties. WRNR TV on YouTube, anywhere you can find YouTube. Hand it off to Sanders. Sanders around the outside, and we've got another penalty, though. He was in the end zone, but that's coming back.
By the Appleton's number 30, Blake Sanders. We have a flag on the field.
The Musselman offensive line is distraught.
It's a 44-34 lead here with just about 3 minutes to go, 3:01 on the clock, as Musselman looks to sink the rest of the clock. I mean, if you add a touchdown, it helps with the 3 minutes to go, because at this point you're so close. You can still get a first down, though.
Yeah, you can put yourself up by 3 possessions to really, really, for sure, put it away if you get a touchdown, an extra point. But I think the way the clock's winding down, the way Handley's been on offense, that I think just running some more clock off of this is going to make you feel good.
Fleming takes the snap. He hands it off to Miller on the sweep. He's taken down behind the line of scrimmage.
Ball was carried there by the Appleton's number 31, Brayton Miller.
They just went for a safe play there. Little Tavon touch pass. So I don't think they'll be able to wind the clock down quite under 2 minutes. But they'll be able to get close as the play clock will wind down and probably take a timeout.
Yeah, I don't know. They're not running the play clock. It appears one play clock is broken.
They haven't been running the play clock all game on the field, yeah.
They're going to run it down with 1 second left on the play clock and run it out. But the one on the side over here to the left is out. So the one over here is just flash 40 because the one's not working, so they can't play. So now they've taken a timeout. They've taken a timeout here.
A huge thank you and shout
Final
out
timeout. 2022-2023
business
what are your thoughts about the Applemans? Basically an opening win here.
To support Appleman athletics.
You know, I had some questions about how this offense was going to look. Well, we hadn't seen Ian Fleming at quarterback. We hadn't seen these wide receivers in these roles now that Ray Adamas was gone. We saw Dalton Haynes at running back last year. We saw Zach Miller as a backup quarterback, not as a wide receiver. It's been incredibly impressive. Ian Fleming especially has delivered, and delivered very well.
Eli Fleming.
Yeah, excuse me. Eli Fleming has been really great. He's just been throwing great deep passes down the field when he's had time to throw. And there's some times that the pressure's gotten back there to him. The offensive line's broken down a little bit. He hasn't been too great at getting away from that pressure and making plays, although he's done a couple. Had a play rolling to his left and made a nice play across his body. He's had a questionable decision in there that ended up as a catch on a tip trail play. But when he's had time to throw, his receivers have gotten open, and he's made some really, really good throws down the field to Isaiah Beard, Logan Shelton, and the like. I think our expectation that Musselman could be a top 3 team in the EPAC was warranted, and maybe even more at this point.
They're going to go for it on 4th down. Fleming going to throw to Shelton in the end zone. And it's batted away, nearly intercepted, but turnover on downs.
Number 9, Logan Shelton.
You don't punt it there. It's a little too long for probably a field goal here from a high school kicker. It's probably what you got to do at that point.
Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of, it's like a punt, honestly. Well, it's not that much different than doing that. If you don't trust your kicker to go out there.
22 yards difference.
Yeah, if you don't throw your kicker out there, and there's there's a solid chance that if you're punting within your own 40-yard line, that it could be a touchback. So you would have only netted 2 yards if that ended up being the case on a very short punt. And yeah, if you don't trust your kicker, just why not go for it? It's still a very deep, long field for Handley to have to try to travel.
78 yards to the end zone for the Handley judges. They throw to Braylon Miller. Unfortunately, that's in and out of his hands. They're really trying. It's interesting. They're at the point in the game, they have been, I guess, for the last quarter or so, where they need to get the ball down the field. So they're going basically one-dimensional almost all the time and throwing it to Braylon Miller.
That's kind of what they got. Hinton and Canby have been the
kind
two
of
guys
interesting.
the past two.
Why'd you not do that at the beginning of the game? As Metzger takes the snap down the field and in and out of the hands once again of Miller.
I mean, we've seen Metzger. He's not really that guy. I mean, we've seen with Eli Fleming that he's been that guy that can step back, pass the ball. He had 16 pass attempts in just the first half alone. I think he's coming up on 26 now for the entire game. Metzger that's just not the kind of guy he is. He's a converted wide receiver.
Snap is taken. There's a flag on the play.
There's a flag. Illegal procedure call against the judges.
Illegal procedure.
Oh, another penalty? Wow.
So it's a 3rd down at 15 from their own 16-yard line. Metzger takes the snap. He tries to throw along the sideline. It's completed.
Nice catch.
A Canby with the catch for
pass is completed to number 8.
To a fourth down now. Yeah, fourth and 4, 3.
Bring up 4th down. Yep.
Got a down Musselman on Appleman on the field with 1:43 to go in the contest.
It's tough. Not sure who that is. But try to figure it out. I think it's a lineman.
While we have a moment, I'd like to remind everyone that next Friday night, the Applemen will be playing host to Loudon Valley. And that'll be a home game, 7 o'clock start here at Waldack Field. Next Friday night, Loudon Valley.
Might be Xavier Pollard.
Yeah, it looks like Pollard down there. Potentially just a little cramping as they're going to get him up right now. And it was Pollard.
Yep, we're sitting here at 1:43 left in the game now. Musselman's got a timeout if they ever, need to use it. But
yeah, it's now after 10 o'clock here, 10:11. This game's been going on about 3 hours and 10 minutes.
Whole lot of points.
Football game.
Whole lot of points.
Whole lot of points. Whole lot of clock stoppages, including this one.
78 total.
Whole lot of penalties that stop the clock.
That's part of it too. Yeah.
Metzger takes the snap here, 4th down and 3, rolling in the pocket. He's going to run, and he's going to get the first down and get out of bounds at around the 39, 40-yard line.
By the judges number 5, Christian.
Yeah, when you get this late in the game, the defense, and you're in the situation like Musselman's in, game plan changes a little bit. You're in the prevent defense, so there's more opportunity for you to kind of dink and dunk a little bit. Although you've seen the bigger plays to Braylon Miller as well. Yeah, but that's just not the game plan that Handley has. Again, they're transitioning out of the wing T.
First down and 10, and that ball is low. Metzger's able to get it. He's got to throw it away. Intentional grounding. Are they going to go late hit? They're going to go late hit on the play.
I think the crowd is reacting as if
it was intentional.
It was a late hit.
Yeah. I thought it could have been intentional grounding.
That's my thought. I didn't notice anything happen there that would warrant a roughing the passer call. So I think that's just roughing. I think that's just intentional grounding.
Now a flag on the play.
Yeah.
Intentional grounding
against
and it's going back. Judges.
Grounding is in high school, Dylan. Whenever you throw the ball out of bounds, can't do that.
Yeah.
So that was an automatic penalty once he threw the ball out of bounds.
Right. Yeah. That's why I was going to be really surprised if that was a late hit.
Second down and long here as he tries to run around. He's nearly taken down, and he is. I believe it's Cornell over there, along with.
Ball kept there by the judges, number 5, Christian Metzinger.
Trevor Deerston.
Tackled by Bushel Appleman there to bring up third down for the judges.
Third down and a country mile from the 17-yard line as we reach under a minute to play in this one. And a long pass down the field to Miller. Can't make the catch. As it was Jaden Rain
number 0, Braylon Miller, incomplete.
On the coverage. Fourth down and 10 here. 50.8 seconds to go in the contest.
Yeah, this just isn't John Handley's game. This is what happens with a lot of these teams that run these sort of wing T or just very run-oriented offenses. You get up on them, and they start playing from behind. It's a tough.
Metzger takes the snap, feeling the pressure. He throws it. It's picked off. It's picked off by Dalton Haynes as he seals the deal. Dalton Haynes seals the deal for the Applemen, and they're going to be 1-0. They just got to run the clock out the last 40.5 seconds, and the Applemen will go to 1-0 on the season with a 44-34 victory. Haynes, who didn't factor much into things offensively because he got taken out early with cramping, was able to come back in defensively, and he gets the pick that'll end the game for the Applemen.
That's Metzger. It was a lot of pressure, and yeah, that was just a tough throw there. And well, now the hay is in the barn.
So the Applemen will have to run out the final 40.5 seconds before they start the season 1-0. Will take on their second Virginia team next week in their out-of-conference schedule, as Fleming will kneel it down from the shotgun. Next week, they will host Loudoun Valley out of Virginia, and that'll do it, I think.
Yep.
The Applemen begin the season 1-0 with a 44-34 victory over John Handley out of Virginia. It was a great ball game after Musselman was able to come back from some early mistakes. Dylan.
Yeah, that first quarter it was looking kind of rough. The defense could not get much of anything stopped for the Applemen, but around the second quarter, the penalties really started to pile up for the judges. And then they were able to kind of put a little bit of a hold on that rushing attack for Handley. And from there, that was enough. All they needed was a few stops here and there because it was almost impossible for the judges to stop the Appleman offense.
All right, we'll step aside for a 2-minute break. On the other side of this break, we'll start the Palace Lounge postgame show. You're tuned in to EPAC Football on Talk Radio WRNR and TV 10. We're back in 2 minutes.
Hello?
We're here again 3 times in the past 2 days.
You're where?
Bechtel Jewelers. Look.
Can Mom hear you?
No, she's in a diamond coma. Get her the pendant,
or I will.
Hey, that's my credit card.
What? Can't hear you, Dad. You're breaking up.
It's going to take more than a crying baby to wake her out of this diamond coma. You're going to need a mega dose of jewelry from Bechtel Jewelers.
Locust Hill Golf Course invites you to historic Charlestown, West Virginia for 18 holes of phenomenal golf. We're just an hour drive from the Baltimore, D.C. Beltway, 1/2 hour from Winchester and Leesburg, Virginia, as well as Hagerstown and Frederick, Maryland. Each tee offers challenges across the 35 acres of lakes, ponds, and streams, which come into play on 11 holes. The Blue Ridge Mountains also provide a breathtaking backdrop to Locust Hill. Schedule your tee time today at www.locusthillgolfcourse.com or call 304-728-7300. That's 304-728-7300.
Radon is the second leading cause of lung cancer deaths in the United States each year. But do you know the radon levels in your home? Home is a place to live, love, and laugh, not a place to breathe air containing radon. The Berkeley and Morgan County Health Departments are distributing free confidential radon test kits, and you can get yours at the Berkeley County Health Department office in Martinsburg and the Morgan County Health Department office in Berkeley Springs. Protect your home and family. Get your free radon test kit today.
The Honda HR-V, CR-V, Pilot, Passport, and Ridgeline. They all have one thing in common. They never back off from a challenge. Available with all-wheel drive, the Honda SUV lineup has the performance you can count on and the capability to amaze. It's no wonder Kelley Blue Book's KBB.com named Honda the 2022 Best Value Brand.
CMA's Honda of Winchester, 3985 Valley Pike. CMA, moving lives forward.
Based on 2022 brand image awards from Kelley Blue Book, visit KBB.com for more information.
Welcome back here to Waldeck Field. A victorious Appleman, 44-34. Dylan, as we await our player interview, coach and player interviews later on here momentarily. Kind of talking about before we went to break, but the tide turned for the Appleman late in that first quarter, and almost basically they never looked back.
Yeah, it was Handley started to really worry you if you're a Musselman fan early on in this game with how they were able to just run the ball down the throats of the Applemen. And things turned around, though. I will say it was a lot very self-inflicted as well. We got to give credit to the Appleman defense, but you also got to acknowledge that the judges just had upwards close to 150 penalty yards for themselves. And I don't even think that's I wasn't even taking into account any offsetting penalties there, where there was a good handful. And
I just watched their huddle. So, backstory here. Their AD was the coach at my high school, Heritage High School, football coach from like 2013, I think, until 2018. And then he took the AD job. He, the former football coach, was just talking to the team. So, you need a lot of talk after that performance when it comes to penalties and mistakes and kind of shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, but the Musselman did contain them a good bit in that second half. And really for the last three quarters, outside of a few runs and plays here and there, a lot of really good athletes on that John Handley Judges squad with Luska, Metzger, Canby, Braylon Miller, Josiah Johnson as well. All those guys were really impressive, and it's impressive that Musselman was able to slow them down regardless of how many penalties they had. But in the end, it was enough self-inflicted wounds and enough stops here and there that the great Musselman offensive performance tonight was enough. I gotta say, really impressed. Really, really impressed with Eli Fleming.
Yeah. I think after those first couple drive jitters, maybe, he looked really, really good.
I think, depending on what we see from Murphy Clement this year, he might end up being the best pure passing quarterback in the EPAC this year. We'll see if Murphy makes a big jump throwing the ball. Obviously, we know he's a great athlete, can run the ball really well. But I think if you look at all the rest of what we got in the EPAC, he might be number one when it comes to just sitting back there throwing the ball deep down the field.
And when it comes down to the end of the year, who's the passing yards leader in the EPAC? It could probably well be Eli Fleming.
It could. It's kind of reminiscent to Jackson Ruest last year. I think there's some similarities with how he plays and how Jackson played last year. I think Jackson was able to use his legs a little more.
Even Baden Hartman.
Baden was, they ran the ball with him more because he was just a really, really good athlete, really fast. But he could sit back there and throw the ball as well. and you got some guys that you can throw to.
You do. Here we are on the post-game show brought to you by the Palace Lounge on Edwin Miller Boulevard in Martinsburg with a full lunch and dinner menu with daily specials in a clean, comfortable atmosphere. You can check out the menu on the Palace Lounge Facebook page here. As I'm assuming their huddle is going to wrap up very soon, and we're going to talk. Colin will be joined by, I believe, Eli Fleming and Coach Brian Thomas down there. But it's an interesting week in the EPAC when it comes to the way teams performed. We mentioned it earlier, the Terry Ray era got off to a great start. From all indications I've seen, I've not seen a final score from the Hedgesville game up at Wheeling on the island at Wheeling Island against Wheeling Park. Did not turn out how Hedgesville probably thought it was going to be, as it was a lot to nothing at one point.
It was over 50.
Yeah,
right.
And I don't have the final score on that one, but that's a hard loss, I think, for Hedgesville to take with all the hype they came into the season with.
Right, it's week 1. Wheeling Park, really good team last year. Lost their quarterback, but, good teams always reload, retool, and it is concerning. It's week 1, though. That's the thing you got to remember. Again, teams plenty of times improve from week 1 to week 2 alone. If not, week 1 to week 5, there's sometimes big differences between teams.
All right, it appears we will momentarily be joined by Brian Thomas or Eli Fleming as they've broken the huddle. It'll have to be out to the 40 just to get the reception for the wireless mic, so we'll see who Colin takes over first. Kaz is down there from the Journal, so I'd venture to guess he's going to get the other, whatever Colin does not take to the 40. But definitely, I think, a great performance for Musselman as they take this into the second game of the season. A game in which they're used to being a very tough game against Martinsburg, but now with the changing of the schedule, they're facing an out-of-conference team, and I think that bodes well for them after tonight's win. They're going to face Loudoun Valley out of Virginia, as I previously mentioned, out of Loudoun County. So I think that could help them not having to face such a tough team in week 2.
Yeah, this is a Musselman team that loves to challenge themselves when it comes to the schedule. So maybe if next week's not the if that's not the case next week, it's going to be the case for a lot of their games. But if you can open up strong in the first 2 weeks, it gives you momentum going forward when you play teams like Morgantown later in the year and even Martinsburg at some point.
We're here waiting to see where Colin is. I don't see Colin at the moment.
There's a lot of things going on there. They got the apple cart.
I see Colin. He's taking Fleming. Hopefully, Colin knows he needs to get closer maybe to the 40-yard line, 35-yard line for good reception with Coach Thomas and Eli Fleming.
Yeah, he's walking over here. And I mean, again, really impressive performance. We'll see what Eli has to say, what Brian Thomas has to say about him. But it's a great start to his EPAC career, his Musselman career. And we got the Hall of Famer Matt Miller following along with the sideline camera down on the field for these interviews too. So.
All right. Well, why they get into position here? I guess are they going to start with Eli Fleming and then go to Coach Thomas? We'll send it down to Colin with Eli Fleming, our player of the game tonight.
Thank you, Spencer. And first time in the Kelly Green, just this game getting your first win as an Appleman.
As the first game, it's obviously you come in with a lot of emotions and energy because you put all this work in all summer just to see the success you can have. I think we started off a little slow. As I want to shout out the guys up front because I don't think I was touched once tonight, other than once that was my fault because I had a bad pull. So, and then we got it's just all.
Yeah, in and of an arm today, really getting that deep ball with your feet in there as well. Just talk about, I guess, how the team has rallied behind you here for this hard victory.
Yeah, we have a lot of leaders on offense. Isaiah Beard stepped up big tonight. We have a lot of role player guys. Like I said, the offensive line did great. Blake Sanders did great pounding the ball. He's a tough guy. As a sophomore, he's a hard runner, and I'm just excited to see where he can go.
All right, man. Loudon Valley next week. What are you looking forward to this coming week to prepare for that one?
Yeah, I think I'm going to go home tomorrow and just go over the Handley film, see what I can clean up, and then just like starting next week, we're going to look at Loudon Valley and just game plan just like we did this week.
All right, Eli, congrats on the win. Appreciate it. I'll get Coach Thomas now slide over here, let him go celebrate with his team. Coach Thomas, your team 1-0. The emotions are high right now. I know for you, kind of just trying to settle it down, take it in. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, you're excited to win. You know, like I told the kids, it's hard to win varsity football games. You know, you get to this level, and when you're, a successful program like us, good teams are usually the only teams that'll play you. We've talked about a difficult schedule. That's a good team. And, Coach Smith's done a really good job with them. And I watched them in the scrimmage. I watched them live in their first scrimmage, and I watched their second scrimmage just on film. But I could tell the day when I watched them live, like, they're a good football team. They're going to win a lot of games, and they're doing a really good job. So, to beat a quality team like that, really to beat anybody, that old adage kind of, it's you got to get the first one. Once you get the first one, then you kind of know how to win. You can kind of keep rolling. So that was big for
He fixed for your team after this one?
Just little stuff. You're not going to reach perfection, but at the same time, we had some bad snaps tonight in the special teams game, and those are big points. A bad punt snap, a bad extra point snap. You got to fix that stuff. I think we had 3 possessions in the red, come up with 0, and you can't have that. You have to finish those. We've talked to the kids about that. We've repped that, but obviously we need to continue. Red. Finishing, scoring touchdowns, not settling for field goals. So, if you count those settle for possessions and 3 points. So,
on the positive side, there's some your team.
Mental toughness, easily mental toughness. Our kids, they're never rattled. They kind of stay the course. At halftime they were very positive. Even the first quarter they're very positive, and we talked about that all week. We told them all that they're going to come in and be a good team and give them everything they have. Everything we kind of said held true. So we just talked about, stay positive, stay together. Let them be the ones that break, not be the ones that break. So I was really proud of our kids for staying the course and fighting.
All right, Coach, go celebrate with your team first. I want to see you get a thing.
The Marshawn thing around, but I'm do that.
So it's to you, turn, Dylan.
Couldn't get that last part there. Thanks, Colin, and thanks, Eli Fleming, our player of the game, and Coach Brian Thomas. But you knew what Coach Thomas was brought up there about Marshawn Lynch on the cart. Did you hear that? Could you kind of barely piece that together? Because that's what I pieced together.
Yeah.
But our player of the game brought to you by Bodwell Insurance Solutions, a local professional to help you with all your Medicare needs. BodwellInsuranceSolutions.com or call Jonathan Bodwell at 304-283-0864. As we get into the Palace Lounge postgame show a little bit more, Dylan, let's get into some postgame stats. They're brought to you by Bechtel Jewelers, West Virginia's largest Pandora retailer. We're right down the road from Bechtel Jewelers on Route 11 South right here in Inwood, taking care of you like no one's business. And Dylan, some stats.
Let's start on the John Handley side first. Let's give him some credit. Like Coach Thomas said, this is a really good football team. Emmanuel Luska in the first half had 10 carries for 70 yards and a touchdown, added in a 64-yard touchdown as well in the second half, giving him 136 yards on the day, 14 carries. Braylon Miller ended up with 5 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown. And it's just, again, it was a better performance from Musselman on the offensive side of things, running the ball. Blake Sanders, 15 carries for 106 yards and a touchdown. Got some good production on Dalton Haynes in the first half, 6 carries for 22 yards when he sat out, hopefully just with cramps for him, but it was a great opportunity for Blake Sanders. Some more carries here, a 2-point conversion from Zach Miller. He had 4 carries in the end for 15 yards. And then receiving, it was 4 catches, 50 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick 6 for Logan Shelton, and 3 catches for 115 yards and 2 touchdowns for Isaiah Beard. And then our player of the game, spoiler alert, Eli Fleming.
Yeah, I mean, it was really hard to pick a player of the game, but I just think in his first game as an Appleman, you had to go with Eli Fleming with the performance he put on.
He only had 12 completions on 26 passes, which doesn't sound great, but
The yardage.
Under 50%, but 227 yards and 4 passing touchdowns. It wasn't really his fault that his completion percentage was low. He had some plays here and there where guys were just in his face, pressure, offensive line broke down, and it was, he had a couple plays here and there where it was some bad decisions, some throws that were a little off, but he was throwing dimes other parts of the game, and it ended up with 4 touchdowns, a 60-yarder, a 40-yarder, a 26-yarder, and a 5-yarder, which the 5-yarder was one of the better throws out of them all.
Yeah, it really was. And you all finished up with the stats, Dylan?
Yes, I am.
All right, let's move on now. We'll get the post-game awards going. We already gave away the most important award of the night, I'd say, the player of the game. But we'll start here with the Orsini's Home Store electrifying play of the game. Orsini's Home Store is not just an appliance store anymore. You can get your Traeger grills there at 360 Hack Wilson Way in Martinsburg or online at Orsinis.com. There are a few ways you can go with this, Dylan.
There's a lot to choose from.
Yeah.
Isaiah Beard had 2 different touchdowns of 40-plus
But also
yards.
remember, we do have a good hands catch of the game.
There is that, and that wasn't why I was going with this, but Logan Shelton, pick 6 in the first half, that was able to flip the game around. That was kind of, maybe not the moment that it flipped, but it was certainly one of a handful of them that flipped this game in the second quarter. That pick 6 was kind of when things started to turn around for Musselman, and they were able to tie things up, take the lead, and never look back in the second half.
All right, that is your electrifying play of the game. Now it's time to move on to the Cody's Auto Body collision of the game. Cody's Auto Body at 851 Wilson Street in Martinsburg. Family-owned, offering superior customer service and great pricing for a job done by experienced certified technicians. You can call 304-901-4777 or visit their Facebook page. Your collision of the game, Dylan.
This is one we have to give some credit to John Handley. Again, really good team. Emmanuel Luska was the best among them. About 10 minutes left in the third quarter. He made a huge hit in the backfield against Blake Sanders. And it was a big stop on, I believe, third down for a loss of yardage to make it a tough fourth down that I think, if I remember correctly, was converted in the end, like a lot of different plays was for Musselman. But Emmanuel Luska needs an honorable mention in all of this for a great performance and a loss.
Yeah, Emmanuel Luska basically did it all for them tonight on offense, defense, and special teams. Moving on to the last award of the night before we wrap things up on site. Send it to Nick for a post-game scoreboard show. The Kelly Allstate Insurance Good Hands Catch of the Game, brought to you by Kelly Allstate Insurance. For all your insurance needs, you can call Gary Kelly at 304-263-4596, or you can stop by 724 Lakeview Drive in Martinsburg. Your Good Hands Catch of the Game. I think I spoiled it earlier.
Yeah, I think this is where you got to give Isaiah Beard his flowers. A 60-yard touchdown after having a 40-yard touchdown on his first catch of the game. 100 yards and 2 touchdowns on 2 catches in the first half. It was really great explosive plays from him, getting over the top of the defense. Great throws by Eli Fleming. And it was just, a couple of good guys. It ended up not being Troy Wollaston. He didn't have any catches. We saw him line up out there, wide receiver, but he didn't have any catches in the end. It was mainly Shelton and Beard that did the work.
It really was, and that was your game tonight. A 44-34 victory for the Applemen. They start out 1-0 on the season. They'll take on Loudoun Valley next Friday night, but our next broadcast will not be will be next Friday night, as we'll then start the Friday night, Saturday, 2 games in 2 days. As Shepherd football will begin next Saturday at home.
That'll be our next football game,
yes.
But I believe we got a volleyball on Thursday.
Well, no, our next football game will be next Friday, as Martinsburg hosts Stonebridge, 7 p.m., 6 p.m. pregame show. And then I believe Thursday we start off our volleyball schedule on the 31st.
Yes.
As I remember now, Nick said, you know what, looks like a good EPAC matchup. Let's add it for the 31st. So it's a Spring Mills Musselman game. Is that correct?
I believe you're right. And that was a game that we had early last year as well, where Spring Mills was able to take one set off of the defending state champions, who are, again, the defending state champions. So
as we wave goodnight to Kaz, as he waves up here to us at the booth. That'll wrap things up for our broadcast here. Shout out to John Allerton producing on site. Nick Verzolini, you'll hear from him momentarily back in the studio after this 2-minute break. But for Daryl Miller, Matt Miller, Colin McLaughlin, Dylan Bishop, I'm Spencer Puy saying so long. Musselman gets the 44-34 victory over John Handley out of Virginia. Have a great rest of your night, everyone.
The Joint Commission, in conjunction with the American Stroke Association, recently awarded WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center advanced recertification as a primary stroke center, which signifies WVU Medicine's dedication to fostering better outcomes for patients and demonstrates that our program continues to meet critical elements to improving outcomes for stroke patients. WVU Medicine Berkeley Medical Center is committed to providing patients the highest quality stroke care in the region.
Nothing goes better with football than chicken. From Pee-wee to the big boys to the wing T formation. A hearty meal of 12 pieces for $12 is just what the boys need to be at their best. Oh my, fumbling, bumbling, stumbling.
Omaha!
Rock's 12 pieces of chicken, just $12.
I pre-planned my funeral to make it easier on my family. They were relieved to know I'll get just what I want.
My family actually thanked me for taking matters into my own hands. Turns out having this awkward conversation wasn't awkward at all.
Pre-planning is my choice. There are certain things about me my family may not know. Now they won't need to guess.
The choices are yours. The peace of mind is theirs. Pre-plan your funeral with Brown Funeral Homes and everything will be taken care of. Find out more online at brownfuneralhomeswv.com. Brown Funeral Homes, here for you.
We welcome you into the Postgame Scoreboard Show. I'm Nick Verzolini as we run down the EPAC scores here tonight. In the game you just witnessed, Musselman getting the 44-34 win over John Handley here tonight. Again, Martinsburg taking on Clarkson North out of Canada tomorrow in Ironton, Ohio, 1 p.m. kickoff. Unfortunately, we will not have that broadcast due to the broadcasting rights going to Flow Sports, which is a streaming service. You can find that online at flowsports.com. And I believe some local businesses and restaurants will be airing it. I know that Ollie's VIP Northside will be airing it as well. So if you don't want to pay for it, you could potentially find a spot at one of the local restaurants that are airing the game and watch it that way. But again, we won't have Martinsburg football for you tomorrow, but we'll have the Bulldogs the rest of the season. Great one tonight between Jefferson and Spring Mills. The Cougars hold on to get the win, 21-19 over the Cardinals in a competitive football game. Hedgesville gets smacked by Wheeling Park, 56-0. And Washington comes out to start the year 1-0 with a win over Page County of Virginia, 49-6. So overall, a solid night for the EPAC. Moving over to some other big games in AAA, Huntington in the first game of the year taking on their rivals Spring Valley and win it 35-7 over the Timberwolves. Bridgeport beats Buchanan Upshur 48-7. Last night, Cabell Midland gets a win over George Washington 49-21. Of course, Robert Shockey, the former Park South quarterback, he transferred to Cabell Midland. Tonight, that didn't matter. Park South puts up 83 on Capital to win it 83-26. And Morgantown beating South Charleston tonight 65-0. So those of you watching on TV 10, you can see those EPAC scores once again. We'll run down the rest of AAA for you here tonight. As starting with, let's see here, Ripley Brook, we don't have a score for that one. Great one, though, between Hampshire and Preston. Hampshire gets the 1-point win, 34-33. Oak Hill was leading Nicholas County in the fourth quarter, 14-10. Don't have a final there. And no final between Parkersburg and St. Albans. It was 7-0 at one point. Parkersburg, I would presume that Parkersburg would win that game, but don't have a final score for you In that one, University beats John Marshall tonight 42-7. And Woodrow Wilson was leading Riverside at halftime 29-7. Get you one more score here, and that would be the Berkeley Springs score. And let's see. The Indians. Let's see their game. Trying to find it here for you. Berkeley Springs was losing heading into the fourth quarter 13-0 to Petersburg. Single A Petersburg was their matchup here tonight. So that does it here for the post-game scoreboard show. Again, your final score, Musselman 44, John Handley 34. Some good ones in the EPAC here tonight. I'm Nick Verzolini signing off here at the Extra Point Scoreboard Show. Our next game, as the guys mentioned, will be high school volleyball. It'll be our first volleyball game of the year as Spring Mills travels to Musselman. And then next Friday night, we'll have our first Martinsburg game as they play their home opener against Stonebridge. And then we'll have Shepherd football at home against Southern Connecticut State. So a big weekend coming up next weekend. But enjoy your weekend, everyone, and good night. I'm Nick Verzolini. Have a good night, everybody.
And that concludes today's postgame show. Be sure to tune in each week throughout the regular and postseason for more West Virginia high school football. Today's game has been brought to you by
Orsini's Home Store, Modern Realty Results, Cody's Auto Body, The Palace Lounge, CMA Honda, Bechtel Jewelers, the Berkeley County Health Department, Skinner Accident and Injury Lawyers, Brown's Funeral Home and Cremations, Hagerstown Ford, the Mansion Ferretti Law Firm, the Mirius Group of Financial Advisors, Bodwell Insurance Solutions, the Heffley Motor Company, W. Harley Miller Systems, Smallwood and Small Insurance, Ollie's VIP Lounge, and the Gary Kelly Allstate Insurance Agency.
For the best in high school, college, and NFL coverage all season long, keep it tuned in to Talk Radio WRNR